Okay, let's see how this looks. Because I want to see... I need to... Well, I can't really see it. Because mine shows it like this. I need to... Well, I can't really see it. Because mine shows it like this. Game audio's going through there. Okay, so we have everything. I think we're good. Alright, let's just see how this looks, because X265 encoding is really nice. This looks a lot better than the one from yesterday.
I think I see something. Nice.
Stun impact. Wait, hold on. Water. Okay, here we go. Yeah, this... I need to check with my labs and I'll see how it looks. The difference is, I noticed in, you don't need things like high motion quality boost with this encoder. Or did we just go in a big circle? I think I just went in a big circle.
Hope we find some ingredients around here.
So it looks like
we might be lost, do you?
How do we get out of here?
The picture quality seems a lot better, actually. The thing that I noticed is that the text doesn't really get any sharper than with X264. But with X265, everything is just straight up better at the same bitrate. Everything's already dead. Yeah, everything already died from the carousel. But this is the right way, I think.
Fire! climb walls?
This game is over-the-top action. This is like the most action-packed Kingdom Hearts game. Why did you fall all the way down? Oh, man. I guess the best thing to do is just ignore them.
Now where's Rapunzel? Here we go.
Hey, Joel. So I figured out how to get HEVC encoding to YouTube. I don't know how recent it was, but they added support. Like, it must have been pretty recent. No, it's still below freezing. It's just still freezing outside. It's -7. It was. I want to say right. So right now it's 11 degrees. Actually, no. So the wind chill is over here is like -2. It's 21 degrees now. So the sun's out now outside. So it's warmer, but it's still below freezing. I don't think it's supposed to go above freezing until tomorrow.
Whoa.
Oh, so you can buy the cooking materials from the Kupo shop, from the Moogle shop. But I'm pretty sure, like, I need to check with like another computer to see, but I'm pretty sure like the quality of this encoder using HEVC is a lot better than AVC. Now, I don't know what that does for the viewer experience, because I wonder if YouTube will just re-encode this. Yeah, so it looks like YouTube just re-encodes it. Because if I check YouTube under the stats for nerds, it just says AVC1. But the thing is, the overall image quality at the ingest server should be how it looks from the HEVC encoders. So it probably does look better than the previous stream that I did with Kingdom Hearts 3.
I think Flynn and Maximus are warming up to it.
Those bells must be coming from the kingdom.
We had monsters, did we?
Do I know why you don't have the option for stats for nerds on YouTube anymore? What browser are you using? I think it should be, well, Chrome. It shows up for me.
Whoa, this place is beautiful.
It's so pretty.
I could stay here forever.
There was one setting that I was using on the previous stream, which I don't think is really necessary, or at least when I reviewed the footage, it was high motion quality boost. High motion quality boost didn't really seem like it made the image look better. So on this one, I don't have that enabled. The thing is, when you use X265 to encode, or you're using Firefox, you know what? Let me see. Well, what I need to do, I need to go grab like my laptop or something real quick to see if it, like, cause in here I can't see how my own stream looks. Like when I try to do full screen, all I'm seeing is 360p, and the native source for this stream is 1080p 60 is what it's actually streaming at. The native game resolution is 4K, but the stream resolution it is downscaled or rescaled is what they call it. Hey Joey, I'm just playing around with the encoder so that I figured out that you could actually encode a video to YouTube in real time with HEVC, which is a lot better looking than the old AVC. So it blows my mind that you still can't. I know we can't do AV1 in real time to YouTube, but the nice thing is they do allow HEVC, which is like the second best option. Technically, in terms of image quality, AV1 and HEVC are very comparable. The only difference is I think AV1 will have slightly smaller file sizes. So the bandwidth required for the same image quality is slightly lower with AV1. You're able to see the 1080p? Okay, so you're able to see how it natively looks. For some reason I can't see it. Aside from me going direct to my channel and then, oh, you know what? Hold on. If I go here, aside from, oh, but then that's gonna create a feedback loop. Okay, now I can see it. I just had to go and open like another tab to view it. So let me just see how it actually looks. This is 1080p. Because this game actually is really challenging for any encoder because there's so much, like in this environment, there's so much plants and stuff being rendered, like all these different strands, like all those leaves and things. Like if I just run around here and just, but you know what's funny? Even when I look at the screen, like the native image has a bit of a motion blur to it, so it's almost like the game itself has some sort of built-in blur. So maybe that's what I'm seeing. This definitely does look better than the AVC stream that I did previously, although we do need to go back to that town to test and see what it looks like for an apples-to-apples comparison. I think there should be a town up here.
The kingdom's not far, but we need to scale these cliffs.
Well, then let's look for a way up.
What's this?
Well, I bet you could bust this open if you hit it hard enough from above.
It's almost like I would need to use Goofy's thing.
Sora, over here. Come on, let's swing across and look for a path. Come on.
Huh?
Whoa!
There was that rock that I could have broken though. Wasn't there like a rock?
I think we could reach the rock that's sticking out over there.
Where? Donald fell down. I don't see where the rock is from here.
Oh
Whoops.
no. Now we have to climb back up.
Oh, it's
Hey,
way over
no
here.
worries.
Oh, she was talking about a different rock.
Sora, this looks like a good place to cross.
This game has some kind of weird blur. Like that motion blur didn't look good at all. Right there. I don't understand what determines like what Disney ride you get. Is it completely random, or does the environment have a say in what ride? Because this is the second time I got the Splash one. I got Splash like twice in a row, so I have no idea what determines this. Wow. The Disney rides are very OP. Like they like cleared up almost every enemy except these ones that were like way over here. Tangled twist. Oh, well, I guess. All right.
This way, Sora.
I guess I'm going the right way. Oh, you know what? It probably loops around. It probably goes in a circle. It's like, what about those three? It's like Sora gets to jump across, but those three are just kind of like. Oh, is this? Ooh. Secrets revealed. A deep. Ooh, a new, an actual thing that I can use. Or I guess Goofy can use it. Wait, Shadow Anklet? When did I get this? Sora can only use like 2 things. So Goofy can wear 2 armors. Defense belt. This thing does like the same thing, only it gives him an actual ability. So he can use this. Water boost. MP safety. Oh, that's okay, here we go. Counter slash. Team up with Donald and roast your foes. Combo finisher near Donald. Oh, that's cool. Wait a minute. Hold on. Get these 2. Counter slash is really good. That's more like an advanced thing, I would guess. Supposed to go down here? You know, I still really like Kingdom Hearts 1, but that might just be nostalgia. This game has better action than Kingdom Hearts 1, and it's not I feel like, yeah, there's a lot of spam, but there's, at least they don't make it QuickTime event frenzy, because I really didn't like QuickTime events. That's like the one thing I don't like about the Western developed action games. Like, that's why I never really liked the old God of War games. I'm not talking about the reboot, which I still haven't played any of those, but the, like the old PlayStation 2 God of War games. God of War 1 and 2. It's good that his transformation actually does damage to them. When he's like right next to them if he transforms. I thought there was a way. Oh, you know what? Hold on. Oh, that's how. Okay, I figured it out. I should have looked in the command list. So you can actually toggle between them. That's cool. So I can do this.
Here goes.
There's still an enemy? Oh. What is this Keyblade? Oh, this is the new one, Shooting Star? I completely forgot that I had this one. Okay. It's over here.
I wonder where this leads.
We will probably switch to Crisis Core next to see how that game looks. That game has a higher, like... I feel like that game's sharpness levels are higher than this game. And there's less...
This way, Sora.
There's less... like, varied... I guess tessellation or textures. Because this game seems like it's kind of all over the place. Oh, this is Shooting Star. Okay, I remember. This is kind of like the Wisdom form in Kingdom Hearts 2.
Here goes.
Does this hurt them? Oh, okay, we just have to stomp on them with the water. I just like watching the top right when it just automatically does the finisher, and just watch the HP bars on all the enemies drop.
Whoa, what? He transformed. What is it with me and horses? So long. Try this.
Oh, it's this one again? You know what? Another thing I could do is I can actually queue up. What does this do? I'm not sure why he needed to go rage form, but yeah, this is very, very OP. So that makes him do even more damage? Oh, I see. I'm actually doing more damage to myself. Oh, I missed. I think he has like, oh, I see, okay. So this is the last round. Okay, if I hit him now, I'll get the Disney attraction. There, splash run again. It's always splash run. Because this is not that good against boss enemies. This is good against like lots of enemies. Oh, I'm out of mana. Okay, where's my? There we go. So this is why you save up your ults. There, that's why you do that. Makes it way easier. Press B to perform super jump. Okay, so we got super jump, and that's pretty early in the game. Still trying to get to that castle.
Hey, Sora, this looks like a good place for one of your swan dives.
My what? Oh, it's like way down there. Okay. What? That's not... What? It didn't work. Okay, how do I... Whatever.
Sora, over here.
Yeah, so it's probably like really cold up there.
Sora, this looks like a good place to cross.
Why does he slow the walking down so much?
Sora, this looks like a good place to cross.
Man, I just need super glide, and then I don't need to rely on her anymore. Okay. was that? All this foliage
Oh, look.
is a good test for like the quality, because as you're running through, everything becomes really, really blurry.
I must have startled them. The birds flew that way, Sora.
Oops.
What?
Oh, they're leaving.
Rapunzel's calling you.
I've gotta be quiet so I don't frighten them.
Oh, there they are.
Guide the birds?
Nice and slow.
I guess I have to use the tiptoe thing. I can't like run.
Aww.
What?
You scared them.
Aww.
You scared them. Oh, there they are.
Please don't fly away.
Slowly, slowly.
Yeah. Without the
Please
wind
don't
chill,
fly
it would be
away.
fine. Actually, over here, if without the wind chill, it would be normal.
Gentle.
Okay.
I've never seen a bird like you.
Yeah, HEVC. You can actually stream to YouTube in HEVC. It's pretty amazing.
Listen, they're singing for us.
It's probably gonna be short. Well, it may not be short-lived. It just really depends on when AV1 is allowed. What was the point of that? Like those birds? I don't understand why I had to do that bird side quest. Or that. I guess it's more like a mini game. Because the Kingdom of Corona, I don't know what the name of this movie is, if it's Rapunzel or whatever. I've never seen this Disney movie. So I don't know the story. What's funny is I feel like the events of this game are very, like this, the events of this world that we're in is very much like the movie, but I've never seen the movie, but that's what people have told me. Oh, this might be a boss fight. This is like a large area. Oh, never mind.
Breathtaking.
This is amazing.
Yahoo!
Well, I guess we're going straight to the castle or the town.
This is amazing.
Yahoo!
Oh, okay. So we finally reached the town. How does this game run on the 7900 XT versus the 6900
The
XT?
outside world would be full of amazing things.
I haven't really noticed. I mean, I've never actually tested this game on the 6900 XT, so
Thank you.
I can't really answer that. I mean, to me, it runs max settings and it's like super smooth. I haven't noticed any frame drops. But I would assume the other GPU probably can also run it maxed. I guess we'll just skip this scene. Because originally I wanted to go to Toy Box. I didn't really want to go here, but we accidentally took a wrong turn, flying through space, and ended up here.
Having a festival.
You know, I don't remember.
Hey, is that a plaza up at the end of the street?
I think, hold on. Well, I don't see the graphics menu in here. I might have to exit out. I think it might be in the launcher settings.
I bet we'll find some ingredients around here.
I think this game has a 120 FPS cap. I think you can specify 30, 60, 120. I don't know if there's an uncapped setting. But for a game like this, I would never run it uncapped. Like, that's just wasting power in my book. I don't know, like, sometimes these ports from console games like this, I think in the cutscenes, they might actually drop to 60 FPS. Even if you run it in 120 as the cap, I think this cutscenes, to me, this looks like this is 60 FPS.
It's for the last princess.
During the cutscenes. But some of their games, some ports from, like, Square Enix, for some reason, they'll default to, like, 60 or 30 FPS during cutscenes for some reason, even though you run the game uncapped or at the upper 120 setting. Wait, what? What am I supposed to do? Oh, I'm supposed to... Oh, okay. I guess I'm supposed to do this. Oh, I'm supposed to do step? What? Oh, wait, what does this do?
This is so fun!
I want to go over here. Wait, oh, there's like a prompt to do that. Why is it? This is like nothing to do with that.
Keep dancing!
They like put a rhythm. They put some kind of rhythm game, but it seems like it's. I don't know. It just doesn't seem like it's well implemented. Press Y to bring everyone into the dance? Oh. Oh, I'm supposed to be doing the moves.
This is so fun! Keep dancing! This is so fun!
Your wife wants to know what the name of this game is. This game is called Kingdom Hearts 3. So it's a collaboration between Square Enix, which is a Japanese megacorp. Well, not really a megacorporation. They're a big gaming company, and of course Disney. So it's a collaboration between Disney and Square Enix. Square Enix is the game developer, so they actually made this game, but they have a partnership with Disney for a lot of the different like characters, side stories, and plot points as shown here. Oh, I see. I should be getting... I think if I do the spin on the thing, I get more points. Does this do anything? Okay.
Dancing!
You got it!
Those noises in the background, those random noises, are like super random.
This is so fun!
I feel like it'd be better without the random clap, those little noises. So, okay, I think we've got like the high score now. I don't know how to end this. Sunwheel? Okay. Did I put it in the description? The name of the game should be in the description. Oh boy.
Keep dancing! This is so fun!
You got it!
Oh, I messed that one up. I was so close.
This is so fun!
This is ridiculous. I guess there's a stream delay because I'm reading comments that I feel like I already answered. Hold on. I thought I put the description of the game in the thing. Obviously, I failed to do that. Okay. I'm adding it to the stream description. So it's Kingdom Hearts 3 on the PC. There. I've updated the stream so it now lists the game in the description. But yeah, you visit a bunch of like Disney places. The gist of it is, well, the story, the underlying story is way too complicated for me to explain. Because I barely understand it myself. But it's got like all these Disney side stories in it. It's basically an excuse to visit a bunch of Disney worlds.
Looking out a window for 18 years.
Because the overlying plot is so hard to understand fully for the average person who doesn't really know that much about the game, that it isn't even worth talking about the actual plot of the game.
And what if it is? What do I do then?
But the first Kingdom Hearts is actually a really old game now. I think that game was in 2002 or 2003 on the PlayStation 2. And then Kingdom Hearts 2, the sequel, was in 2007, I want to say. Somewhere around 2007, I believe. Or maybe 2008, but I think it was 2007. And then there was a long string of, like, mobile games. I think, like, the Nintendo platform, the handheld, like, Game Boy, something like the Nintendo DS or something got one of their games. The PSP got a game. Then it was the prequel, and then like this game didn't show up until 2019 on the console. And because I've never seen the movie, I don't know the significance of what's happening right now. So it does benefit those that are like fans of the Disney movies and just, I guess, the Disney franchises in general. They would really enjoy this game, more so than, you know, someone who's playing it and not really knowing what's going on and never watched any of the Disney movies.
I have something for you too. I should have given it to you before, but I was just scared.
Because it's kind of weird how it just kind of transitioned to this scene when the previous activity that we were doing, like dancing in the town, I don't know how that had anything to do with this. We do have a lot of viewers, surprisingly, like, just for testing AMD's new encoder settings, but maybe there'll be more viewers that actually join because it's Kingdom Hearts 3, I don't know. I don't know, I feel like this is a good time of the year to play Kingdom Hearts 3. Because technically I still need to finish the game.
I'm sorry. Everything is fine. There's just something I have to take care of.
Okay.
Is my GPU a reference card? Yes, it's a reference card. Apparently AMD said that they're having cooler pressure issues, which are causing high hotspot temps in the reference cards. Well, I mean, let me see. Let me just open my... Open Radeon settings, I guess. Either that or GPU-Z. So right now, I'm running at 76C, 76C and 85 on the junction, or 85 hotspot, 76. So to me, that's completely normal. And we're running at 1200 RPM on the fan, so it's like I can't even hear it over the case fans right now. we go, magic carousel. Now we finally got a different one, but I guess because we're in the city, we're not going to get the rapid water ride. That merry-go-round's not for people that have motion sickness. How fast that was spinning just now at the end there. Alright, let's try the shield. Yeah, this is I'm using a completely different encoder than what I was using last time. So the previous stream with Kingdom Hearts 3 was using AVC to encode. Now we're using HEVC to encode. Because this is the best option without having access to AV1 streaming. Because you can only record in AV1 right now. And this game is kind of like a really good test for encoder quality, because there is so much random stuff showing up on the screen, so many different colors, so many different, like, here's the fireworks, all these explosions, all these different, you know, colors, spell effects. There's so much stuff going on. Oh boy, someone needs to heal me. Why haven't you guys... Is Donald, like, out of magic or something? Alright, I'm just gonna jump on this guy. Oh yeah, Sora throws Goofy down. For some reason I keep thinking that Goofy throws Sora down. Oh, okay, so basically, Rage Form is like a Desperado mode. He just goes... when he's low health, I guess. But it's a good way to heal all the way up. I just realized that it heals me all the way back to full. The stream looks good on your 1440p monitor, but if you put it on the 4K TV, it doesn't look as good. Well, I think the battle scene right there is going to be like the worst case scenario. For basically any kind of like live stream content, that would have been a bad scenario, regardless of what GPU you were using.
Eugene!
You finally got the $80 rebate?
Oh,
Well, that's
dear,
nice. You got it
he's
before the end of the
lost
year.
crown and forgotten you.
No, he wouldn't. Who are you?
Forget Flynn Rider.
He has the
You know where
Ace
you belong,
X670E
and it's not with him.
for the 7950X.
Now.
It was the one that I was recommending initially during the launch, like when we were talking about the different motherboards. But it is a very expensive motherboard though.
Rapunzel! Mother?
Oh, my precious girl.
Mother?
Are you all right? Are you hurt?
Mother, how did you...
I was so worried.
Oh,
about you,
I
dear.
didn't. I just forgot about the comment. I saw the comment now.
Attack you and-
Maybe mostly an issue with the XTX. The XT cooler isn't the same as the
Let's go
XTX, as you
before
may
they
have
come
gotten lucky
through.
because of that. I don't really know if it's... You know, I'm not sure. I really need to get a reference card to be able to verify those claims of, like, issues. Because I haven't had any problems. But I don't know what other people do with their GPU. So, you know, that... Who knows? People could be overclocking or doing messed up things, like not raising the fan speed or not raising the fan curve if they're overclocking. Because it's like I said in a previous stream. I think a lot of the quote-unquote issues that people have with the graphics card is them doing things with the overclocking in Radeon settings and not fully understanding what they're doing. Because the thing is, you're able to do that in Radeon settings. You can't actually do that with an Nvidia graphics card. You have to download a third-party tool to do that, like MSI Afterburner.
Atop her tower, she must remain out of sight and live out her days with Mother Gothel.
And never see anyone else?
Okay, so now he's basically explaining that the whole Rapunzel thing. I'm using... Wait, what? Yes, I'm using OBS. What keyboard? But I also have used XSplit. So I used two different programs to stream. One of them is XSplit and the other one is OBS. The reason why I'm using OBS is because OBS has the beta edition. It's like version 29 that allows AV1 recording. So I can test AV1. Now I can't stream in AV1, but I can test AV1. Now it makes me wonder though, like if I want to see if XSplit allows HEVC streaming to YouTube. Yeah, during cutscenes, the graphics card is running at 66 Celsius. So I'm pretty sure during cutscenes, the frame rate drops to 60 FPS. What is the stream bitrate? 8,000 kbps. Or 8 megabit per second. For 1080p 60. Also 13900K and gigabyte, yeah.
Please.
Oh yeah, that's like the same, that's just like me.
I hate the mumbling. I am the lost princess, aren't I?
I'm basically running like all gigabyte motherboards now. It's like I went from having a mix of Asus and MSI to now just purely being all on gigabyte. At least when it comes to my modern,
Ridiculous question.
my modern systems.
It was you.
Have I tried 6,000?
was all
Is there a
you.
noticeable difference? I just know from 10 years ago
Everything
that
I did
8,000
was
is
to
the number
protect
for
you.
1080p 60.
I've spent my entire life
6,000, you
hiding
could
from
do
people.
6,000.
My
Like,
power.
okay, if you're trying to stream to
I should
Twitch,
have been
which is
hiding
kind of a lost cause at
from
this
you.
point,
Where
then
were
you would
you?
have, then I would have, like if I was streaming to
Be
Twitch, I would
careful.
have to be streaming at
What did you do to
6,000
him?
because I'm not a Twitch
That
partner,
deserves to be
so
hanged
that's
for his
basically the cap
crimes.
that they'll allow.
No,
But
no,
because we're on
it's
YouTube, we can scale this
Listen to
thing
me.
higher. In fact, I could probably go even higher, but I don't think that once you go over like 10k
You were wrong about the world.
kbps,
And you were
then it
wrong
kind of defeats the
about
purpose of
me.
testing the encoder quality,
I will
because
never
things start
let you
looking
use
so
my
much
character
more crisp that it's like, what's the point of testing the encoder if you're just going to up the bitrate to the point where the encoder doesn't really matter, right? Because you can fix quality issues, like regardless of whether we're talking about using Nvidia, AMD, CPU encoding, or Intel QuickSync,
be the bad guy.
or even AV1, if you just run at a really high bitrate,
I'm the
it doesn't matter whose encoder is better. Once the bitrate is really high, they're all going to look the same. So yeah, it only matters at the lower bitrate. But in general, for 1080p 60, you would want 8,000 is the number. $6K, like 6,000 on YouTube only matters if like your internet, if you have like 10 meg
We keep
upload
calling his name
speed,
and shaking him.
then you would probably want to do 6,000 kbps.
Wake up!
You're asking, just wondering what its performance at 6,000. I haven't tested 6,000. I don't. All my video, like I've done a lot of clip tests internally. Like I've tested AV1, HEVC, AVC. I've tested different encoder parameters. I have all these different like video clips of all the different tests. But I've done every single test at 8,000 kbps offline. I haven't done any 6,000 tests. I mean, I guess I could. I don't really see the point, because if I was going to stream at 6,000, I would stream at 1080p 30 FPS, not 60 FPS.
That's right. In her mother's tower. This calls.
Does AV1 work with OBS? Yes, it does. Oh, well, you have to be on version 29. It's a beta, which is what I'm using. But you cannot stream in AV1. You can only record video in AV1. And that's not because of OBS. That's because YouTube doesn't allow you to stream in AV1. Nor does anybody else. In fact, I think YouTube only recently allowed me to stream using HEVC. Because before, I was under the assumption, literally until today, I was under the assumption that you could only stream in AVC. Have I watched any of the new episodes of mine? No, I haven't watched any of it. I just haven't really had time. No. I'm still in rage mode? What? He just like starts out in rage mode? Risk charge. That like, oh, I take damage. I self-damage myself to deal more damage. Oh wow, I'm gonna kill myself. This is like way... I'm gonna need Donald or somebody to heal me back up.
That was close.
Oh, we got Flare up, too. I got Flare. I don't want to save it. I'm gonna run out, though. I need to... it's gonna run out. At this point, I still have Flash Run available. Do I have to get into a config file for OBS to use it? No. No, it's all there. You have to be using the correct version. There's no config file. You can specify custom parameters, though, like what I have done. Now, I don't know if these... The thing is, the custom parameters that I'm using, I don't know if they actually apply to HEVC. But I'm basically using the same list of parameters, custom encoder settings that I had in the previous live stream for AVC. I just copy-pasted them into the HEVC profile, but what I have disabled, there is one setting that I did turn off, and that was the very last parameter in that list. It was high motion quality boost equals 1. I deleted that, so we're not using high motion quality boost. Because I was kind of on the fence. When I reviewed that footage, it didn't look good to me. When Sora was running around, like, right now, it didn't look as good as the way it looks right now. So I do feel like it's either not necessary at all with AVC, or the changes that it makes doesn't really equate to anything noticeable, at least for this game. Now, we might look at another game later, so I'm probably going to play Crisis Core Reunion later on stream as another game to test, because that game doesn't have... It's like, the thing about this game, we need to really get out of this world and go to, like, Toy Story's world, because I want to go to a world that doesn't have so much green plants everywhere, because all these different, like, individual strands of grass is really hard. Like, this is a really good worst case scenario for a test, because all these different little plants all over the screen is really tough on the encoder to anticipate, like, the blockiness, how to fix all of that. It's a compression nightmare, yeah. So this is a really good test. So we are gonna look, hopefully, once I'm done with this world, we'll go to a different world, which is the Toy Story world, which is gonna be a lot more, you know, basic geometry, blocks, buildings, columns, not all kinds of weird freeform plants and trees and greenery and everything like this world. So I feel like, surprisingly, I wasn't expecting this, but Kingdom Hearts 3 is actually a really good game when you think about it to test encoder image quality, because you have a very diverse set of worlds that you visit. There's a lot of color, so a lot of like the chroma subsampling. The fact that AMD allows you to stream using the full RGB 444 compared to Nvidia, which only really does 420 or 422. So the colors on this can look really, really deep. There's really sharp color. Why can't I go this way? Oh, this is the way we came from. So that's one thing that's interesting. You know, I might actually need to get the Intel Arc A770 and test that GPU on stream again, like do a retest on that. Is this the right way? Why is the save point like right here? Isn't that just, that's just where I saved, so is this the right way? Wait a minute. Corona? Are we going the right? I don't even know if I'm going the right way. I'm just really confused right now. Get the Disney attraction. And then I guess let's cook all these guys. That didn't even do anything. I like how you can queue up your different Keyblade specials. So like, I've got my shield, but if I switch to a different Keyblade, now I still have the shield on standby. So that's one of my favorite things about Kingdom Hearts 3's combat system compared to the previous games. Do these butterflies actually do anything? Oh, she denied me that. Nope. Still got it. Okay. Why do I keep getting the same one? I feel like they need to randomize this better. Oh, I guess the higher you keep them in the air, you get more points. That's cool. That's actually really cool. I didn't even know that. So basically, if you juggle them in the air, you get more points. I think this is not the right way. Wait, what's that? That's back to this town. We want to go this way. Oh, I think I know where we're going. We're going to the tower.
That can't be good. Hurry!
I want to grab second form. And then we got the carousel, so we can use that too. See, this game, it's like there's a rhythm to the combat, but sometimes it just comes across as very spammy with the Disney moves or the Disney rides. No, wait, this is the wrong way. I keep thinking I need to go north on the mini-map, but apparently we need to go the other way. Yeah, we're basically backtracking. I realize, I recognize this area. Okay. Am I going the right way? Or are we going the wrong way again? Okay, that's wrong. It's a total dead end.
Oh boy, let's see if there's more.
Hold on, did I just backtrack all the way to the first... Like when we first arrived? I thought that's where I was supposed to go. Am I supposed to be following the butterflies? Oh wait, hold on. There's a path over here. I think. What? Oh.
We're almost there. Back off. Come on.
Thank you.
He just goes rage form right after getting healed. You give the reference. You found that anytime you turn off FreeSync Premium Pro on the monitor, the idle power just from. Wait, hold on. I can't tell if I'm going the right way. Oh no, we're going the wrong way. This is the right way. So wait, so you're saying when FreeSync is turned on, you have higher idle power or lower idle power? I want the big one, but they don't want to die. The dandelion. There we go. Flare. This is my favorite one. The fireworks is like one of my favorite moves. It's so fast. It goes off quick and it does really good damage. Low idle power when it's on? That's interesting. Okay, let's just skip this. 'Cause I need to get out of this world.
The tower.
I think there's gonna be a boss fight soon. It just feels like it's gonna happen. Do we even need an ether? I got like 6 of them right now. One thing I do need to do is I need to make sure that everybody has like... Okay, I don't know why I wasn't wearing that. Oh, I guess I just leveled up so I can actually finally wear 2 of those. We're gonna need to buy some potions. Like, we need to buy like 5 or something, whatever. I kind of think that's all I need, though. Like, Donald needs to have these on hand. Goofy, I don't know what he did. Okay, he used those. Alright. And then I don't think I have any new weapon for him. No. Do they sell anything? They got the goods? No, clock. No, this is not any. Okay, so basically the same stuff. Okay, let's do. Oh wait, I'm in second form. All right, let's start off with this keyblade. Yeah, I think this is gonna be a boss fight. Okay, that's not what I expected to see. There we go.
What happened up there?
Oh, this thing has like pollen that's making him sneeze. I'll use the shield. Pegasus. I don't even think I'm doing any damage. Yeah, okay, I dealt like one thing right there. Wow, okay, that's a really good move. I need to learn how to do that more often. Alright, let's try the, do I still have form 2? I still have form 2, let's go. What? What?
My shield ready. Yeah.
Am I supposed to use Goofy Bombardier? What am I supposed to do? I feel like there's something I'm supposed to do that's specific to this. I'm not doing something right. So, am I supposed to repel those? What the heck? Fire? It's wood. I should be able to burn it.
Nice. Thank you.
Huh? Alright, I'm just gonna do this, see if this does anything. Okay, apparently Rage Form works. Yeah, I'll use the shield again.
Here we go.
Okay, because it's stationary, I'm actually doing good damage now.
Back off. I know what. Go get him.
Oh, that did a lot of damage right there. Why did I... What? Wait, oh, what does that do? What is this? Oh.
That was close. See ya. Try this. I know what to do, Sora. Come on.
Man, that Pegasus is just shredding through that HP bar on that boss.
Nice. Fire! Blaze! So long!
Did that sneeze do anything? You're sneezing. There. I like walked up behind him and just hit him with an arrow. Okay, we can finally leave this place. And we got a new Keyblade. That was like 4 cutscenes right there. That probably was like 20 minutes of cutscenes. Okay, 5 cutscenes. Let's see. Now I want to go to... I want to go to the Toy Story world. What's this one? Oh, that's Hercules. That's nothing. This is where we are. So that was battle level 14. This Toy Story one's actually gonna be easier. Oh wait, no. Actually, you know what? Can we go to Twilight Town? How do I get out of Twilight here? Like, I just want to go into the town. Visit the bistro? Wait, no. You thought they fixed the weird idle power? Okay, so the thing about the idle power stuff, this has never been fixed, actually. Like, as far as I can tell, it's more of like an expected behavior, which is very unfortunate because I've been complaining that they fixed this or changed the way that this works for like about 10 years now. Maybe not that long, maybe more like 7 years or something. But I've been saying, like, when AMD launched the HBM cards, so the Fury X, and then Vega 64, Vega 56, and then Radeon 7, like, those cards never had the idle power issue because when they went to HBM, the memory itself doesn't use a lot of power compared to the DDR5 or GDDR5 and then GDDR6. So the idle power draw on AMD isn't really a problem with the core. It's more due to a problem with the memory. It's not a problem with the memory. It's a behavior of the card. So if you have a single monitor, you do not actually run into this high idle power draw. The only way you can run into this high idle power draw is if you run more than one monitor, and the monitors have to be 1440p, and they have to also have a higher refresh than 60. Same thing with 4K. As far as I can tell, 4K 60 will also have the problem. Where essentially what happens is the VRAM will run at the maximum clock. So they don't, for some reason, they don't have the ability to make the graphics card run at, or make the VRAM run at the, what I call the 2D clock. Nvidia had the problem too, but what Nvidia did a number of years ago was Nvidia introduced 2 intermediary memory clocks between the 2D base clock, which is basically like 100 megahertz or 120 something, whatever it is, and the maximum is what they call the 3D VRAM clock. So there's the 2D clock and the 3D VRAM clock. So AMD has the 2D clock and the 3D clock. And what happens is when you run more than one monitor and the monitors have different resolutions and or different display timings, what AMD does is it just makes the VRAM run at the 3D clock all the time. 100% of the time, max VRAM clock, no matter what. You're sitting at idle on the desktop, doing absolutely nothing, and guess what? You're running at the max VRAM clock. If you have one monitor, you won't see the problem because with a single display, it will drop down to the 2D clock when idle. And that's, your power draw is going to be like 20 watts. So it's only when you run multi-monitors that you encounter this issue. And it's been a thing for a decade. Like, if not longer. Like, they've never changed the implementation, and I don't understand why they don't change it, because there is a way to fix it by using CRU and then changing the blanking time, the vertical blanking time of the monitor, and that will actually fix the issue. However, you could still end up with issues with screen like flickering, blanking out, and then coming back if you're at a high refresh rate. So this is the reason why that has always been a problem. It's not really a problem. It's more of like AMD's answer to the issue with the blanking speed at high refresh was to literally just say, we're just going to run the GPU at max VRAM clock all the time and avoid the issue with the blanking, with the flickering. What Nvidia does is they basically have 2 different intermediary speeds. So basically they think of it like 2D clock, higher clock, but not like max clock, then another higher clock, but not max clock, and then max clock. That's how Nvidia does it. Now, what I've also been able to see is that Nvidia, so with 4K 144 Hz, Nvidia does have the same problem, except they won't run at the max VRAM clock all the time. Like if they recognize the GPU is at low load, they drop to one of those 2 intermediary clocks, and that makes the power consumption numbers at idle look really good. Now, why AMD can't do that, I have no idea. It's really annoying because I've been using their graphics cards for a number of years, and it just boggles my mind why they couldn't figure out like how to introduce an intermediary clock. Now, when they went to HBM, I feel like one of their key goals internally was to avoid having to develop or having to change the memory clock other than have the 3D clock and the 2D clock, because the HBM never ran at a very high frequency, so they never had high idle power issues. That's the reason why if you go look at like Radeon 7 reviews and Vega 64 reviews, they'll say, oh, AMD fixed the high power draw at idle. In reality, they never actually did anything. All they did was start using HBM memory, which never really used much power to begin with. So it was more of like problem avoidance, or I guess fix the problem by using a fancy memory type. But then we all know how that goes. They went back to GDDR6, and what followed was, well, high idle power with multi-monitor. So, I mean, that's just, I don't know. To me, that's just ridiculous, because I feel like they should have been able to have done something better than that. And the fact that they have now gone to a chiplet design, so they have like 6 MCDs on the XTX and 5 MCDs on the XT, that just exacerbates the problem and brings it into the limelight even more, because you have all these different chips that are all having to talk through the interposer that interconnects all of them, and that's just going to drive your idle power up. So the fact that you have to run the VRAM at max clock with multi-monitor, just pile it all on. Here you go. That's why you're seeing the 100 watt idle power draw on the XTX with multi-monitor, high refresh 4K or 144 hertz on 1440p. That's the reason why it's so bad on the 7900 series, because they didn't address the problem, and I've been telling them for years, you guys need to fix this problem. You need to do what Nvidia does, and they never did. Hey man, thanks for the sub, much appreciated. So, but the reality, what I have done in the past, or what I do now, like with the 7900 XT, what I do is I turn off 0 RPM. I hate 0 RPM fan mode. I've said this in many streams. I hate it on Nvidia and I hate it on AMD. I think it's a stupid, useless feature. All it does is cause your GPU to have higher idle temps if you have multi-monitors. So what I have noticed with Nvidia, and the thing that annoys me about Nvidia is you cannot adjust the default fan curve with the Nvidia control panel. So Nvidia, like my 3080 Ti, literally cooks itself with this setup. So I'm running 3 monitors. You guys can't see them, but in the middle I have a 4K 144 Sony InZone M9 monitor, which is what I'm playing the game on right now. Then I have the monitor that I'm looking at the chat. It's over here. It's a 24-inch 1440p 144 hertz, a GON, so it's an AOC monitor. And then I have another one, same exact monitor. I refuse to install MSI Afterburner just to change the fan curve. I hate installing third-party tools on my workstation computer, so I will not do that. So basically what happens is the 3080 Ti cooks itself because what will happen is it'll run to not the highest memory clock, but it'll run at like the second from the highest memory clock, because I have the worst case scenario. I have 4K at 144 hertz, I have 1440p at 144 hertz, and then I have another 1440p 144 hertz. So I'm all high refresh, and they're different resolutions, and they're different panels, so they have different sub timings. That is the worst case scenario. So AMD's answer to that is run the VRAM at max speed. Run the VRAM at max speed, and it's going to be super smooth and no problems. And that's true. However, you'll have high idle temps and you'll have high power draw. So what do I do for AMD? I go into Radeon settings. I go to the performance, tuning, custom, fan tuning, 0 RPM. I turn that off immediately. And what I've had to do on the XT specifically, I've raised the fan curve ever so slightly so that when I'm idling to desktop, my GPU, this reference XT, with all 3 of these monitors, idles at 44 to 46 Celsius. That's the max temp that I see at desktop. And the RPM is really only spinning at like 900 something RPM. So that's how I do it to work around this high power draw issue that everyone's complaining about. And that's why I avoid all the issues with people complaining about hotspot being so hot while doing nothing and all that stuff. So if you leave it on the default, AMD's 0 RPM kicks in, shuts it off. The stupid thing will heat up to 60 Celsius. Then the fans spin up a little bit to 700 whatever RPM, cools it down a little bit. Then they turn off again. Then it heats up again. Then they turn on again. So it's like, I don't like that, because that constant turning on the fan, turning off the fan, turning on the fan, turning off the fan, I feel like that's going to wear down the fan much faster than literally just turning off 0 RPM mode and have the fans run all the time at a low RPM. That's way better behavior. So I really, really hate 0 RPM. Now, what happens with Nvidia? Guess what? I can't change the fan curve, so my 3080 Ti literally cooks itself all the time. Now, the 3090 Ti is smarter. The 3090 Ti, for some reason, just runs the fans all the time at 800 RPMs, so the 3090 Ti doesn't actually heat up that much. because for some reason it's smart enough. I guess the Founders Edition BIOS on the 3090 Ti, it's like, oh, this guy's running like the worst case scenario. We're just gonna run the fans all the time so that we don't have any overheating problems on the 3090 Ti. So I don't have to do anything with the 3090 Ti. It doesn't cook itself. It turns its fan on, and it's really good. So, yeah. But the 3080 Ti, because it has that skinny cooler that's too small for a 350 watt GPU on that Ampere Samsung 8nm node, that thing just like burns itself alive, I guess, and I don't do anything about it because I'm not going to install MSI Afterburner, and they don't let me change the fan curve, so it'll just cook itself, and I don't care. So that's why I don't use the 3080 Ti that much. Does the fan curve go off of the core temp? Yes, the fan curve is based off of the GPU temperature. Once it hits 60°C, the fans turn on. What encoder bitrate preset? I mean, it's all in the video. So Gigas. This is the AMD 7900 XT. Does it say in the description? Hold on, let me see. Yes, it's all there. I mean, we're running. So this is HEVC with custom settings. I think the custom encoder settings are the same ones from last time. How do I go into Twilight Zone or Twilight Town? What is this? Like, what? Yes, I'm using OBS. The only thing I would use to stream is either OBS or XSplit. I've never tried to use AMD's... I guess technically you could. You could use AMD's Radeon settings to stream. I've never done that before. And when it comes to Nvidia, I have never, ever used Shadowplay because I've never used GeForce Experience. Like, I've never installed GeForce Experience. The last time I installed GeForce Experience was when I had a GTX 970. That was... how long ago was that? That was in 2015. That's how long ago. The last time I used GeForce Experience was 2015. I've never used GeForce Experience ever since. So I've basically not had access to Shadowplay. I've not had access to like game library, none of that stuff. So Nvidia to me is very, very bare bones experience. I don't have Warzone 2. I don't play a lot of first-person shooters, so that's not gonna be a thing on this stream. What am I supposed to do? What the heck?
Sorry.
Oh, I see. You can't just like press the button. You gotta actually like. What? He was going all slow and the thing still fails? Good. Okay.
Yes. How's that?
I don't have Modern Warfare 2 either. Can I try to get Minecraft? I don't have Minecraft. Do I have to sign up for like Xbox Game? I really don't want to sign up for Xbox Game Pass. Go with this thing. The next game will be Crisis Core Reunion, is what we'll be looking at. We're gonna look at a game that has less color and less scene complexity. Where am I supposed to go? I guess I'm supposed to go this way. Forgot how to drive. How do we go? How do we do this? What was the button? Oh. Yeah, this is far. It's like 2,000, whatever the metric is. That they're using to tell you the number. It's just like we're 2,600 something away. I don't know if it's meters or what. You either buy Minecraft for $25 or you get 1 month of Game Pass for $1 to play it. If you play Modern Warfare 2, then AMD is better. Well, okay, Call of Duty has always been good on AMD, and that's because AMD's really good with the, I think it's the Frostbite engine, or no, what's the engine? There's an engine that I don't think it's Frostbite. I think Frostbite is the one that Battlefield uses. But there's one of those game engines, whatever Call of Duty is made in, is really, really good on AMD. It's always been really good on Radeon. I mean, that's nothing new. Like, people who are surprised to learn that, like, obviously they didn't pay attention to graphics cards from the last 4 years. Because I think also Battlefield 1, Battlefield 4, I don't know about Battlefield 5, but it all started with Battlefield 3. Why am I not moving? Oh. It's because COD is optimized for consoles and they use... Is it though? Because AMD also does really good at Counter-Strike. Well, okay, hold on. No. I'm thinking of the CPUs. The CPUs do really good in Counter-Strike. Ryzen, for some reason, is like made for Counter-Strike. You'll get Modern Warfare 2. You can now warp to a new location. Okay. We can now warp here, so it's right in front of us.
How do we reach the world now?
Like this.
Oh yeah, that's right. We have this dodge move. I needed to add the, there's an ability that lets you see the HP bar. Oh, why does it always stop my movement when I, with every battle, like, for some reason the ship stops moving, and then I have to, like, restart the movement. Okay, so after Toy Story, after we do the Toy Story world, I don't know if we're gonna do this entire world, but we're gonna show like some part of it. What is this? Oh, okay, this is like some. This looks like it would make for like a really cool actual game. Or is this supposed to be like Neo, The World Ends With You or something? This is like some kind of trailer for either like a Korean MMO or or some mobile game. That's what this looks like to me. Or some game made by like a Chinese studio that gets stuck in development for like 10 years or something. And then it finally releases. Should you return the Red Devil and get a... Wait, hold on. There was a lot of comments.
I was watching that. Sorry.
Rex was
no
watching
time
that.
for
That's
television,
hilarious.
Rex.
I never thought AMD will take streaming more seriously. Well, I feel like they...
I like you.
Either they were waiting for stream platforms to go to add HEVC, or... Oh, I don't know. Like, I don't know what their plan or what the story is with AVC encoding, because that's kind of unexcusable at this point. But at least they're finally working on it.
Today we teach those.
But the I feel like the solution was they bought Xilinx, so they have all those ASICs now. So that's one way to fix the problem, is buy a company that's already really good and replace your stuff with their stuff, and then it'll be better. So that might be one solution, but we'll see what happens with that. Because these do have that, as far as I know. And then, should I return my Red Devil? Why would you do that? Like, the XTX is faster than the 4080. And then, okay, you better buy Minecraft. Well, we're not going to do Minecraft on this stream. I feel like Minecraft is one of those games, if I start playing it, I'll get addicted to it. And I really don't need to deal with that right now. If you play Modern Warfare 2, then AMD is better. Yeah, we already know that. It's because COD, yeah. You'll get Modern Warfare 2. You're hearing bad things about AMD drivers. I don't know what this... Again, like, people keep saying AMD drivers are bad. What are they talking about? Like, give me actual examples. Like, actual proof of these so-called driver issues.
Oh my gosh! Have we been shrunk? And
I haven't had any of these driver issues. Right now, my graphics card is running at 66 Celsius, max settings, 4K. So I don't understand it, guys. I don't understand it. Everything seems to work.
Who's gonna protect the order?
Modern Warfare 2 for free when you bought the ARC.
okay, we go on 3. 1, 2.
Fun fact, some of the games that I benchmarked in the review video were free from buying an AMD graphics card. I know Far Cry 6 was one of them. Far Cry 6 was free from buying the 6900 XT. Or maybe it was the 6950 XT. It was one of those two.
Here we go.
Alright, so now the environment is going to be different. So there's a lot less greenery. There's a lot less plants in general. So I can queue that one up and go with this. You don't know how you get addicted to Minecraft? Would you just, you just keep building stuff. And hoping that creepers don't randomly, like, show up. If an enemy attack sends you flying, press B to perform an aerial recovery. So I just now got aerial recovery. See, I feel like I was supposed to do the Toy Story world first, and then the Rapunzel world. But we ended up doing things in the reverse order. Because I felt like that one boss fight would have gone a lot smoother if I had aerial recovery.
Nice.
But the interesting thing is we actually now have that one Keyblade that you normally are not supposed to have here. Magic launch. This one's very heavy on magic. Let's try this Ever After. Let's try Ever After and see. Oh, I'll have to upgrade it. That has even higher magic, so yeah, I'll use that.
You ready, Sora? Next stop.
Oh, before we do that, let me see. Is there like...
Hey, I think that's a lucky emblem.
So there's a lucky emblem.
Let's see.
Normally it would be on the wall. Or is it
Let's see.
down here somewhere? Huh. I don't see the lucky emblem he's talking about. Well, I'll probably have to look. I'll have to backtrack and do stuff later in the post game. Is Power Color good? I mean, I haven't used them in a long time. But I've had a Power Color before. My last Power Color graphics card that was a very long time ago. It was an R9 290X. It was the Power Color PCS Plus. But from what I can tell, Power Color went from being like back then. Power Color's graphics cards, they literally would just run the RPMs at very high speed. Like the fan speed would be really loud. But over the years that they learned, you know, that's not a good user experience, so they've kind of fixed that. So from what I can tell, the Red Devil's a really solid card. It just kind of depends on if you like the look of it compared to some of the other AIB cards. I think I should have, you know, at least 2 of those. I don't think I need. I don't really use tents that much. Still no new weapon. I guess they really want me to synthesize them or something. Oh yeah, see, Warhammer Plus. So I would need to farm mithril stones to make that stuff. So this is where most of the things are. Oh, okay. Mithril Shard. Keyblade Forge. Oh, okay, but see, I only got 1 of that thing. So what I'll probably do is upgrade this. The Hercules one is at level 2. This thing's level 2. I can improve the magic. I think I'll improve the strength on this one. Alright, let's just talk to this guy.
Helpers from the outside, welcome.
I certainly hope we find some answers at Galaxy Toy.
I am so starstruck.
Alright, let's go.
You ready?
How do I... Oh, I just leave? Okay. Oh, Woody and Buzz team up with you? For some reason, I always thought it was just Woody.
Okay, the first thing we've got to do is head down the street.
Galaxy Toys is on the other side of town.
this weapon's like a... It's like a better magic weapon than the other one that I had. Oh, I have to jump on it.
Take this.
Ooh.
Yeah.
Elixir. Those are historically really rare.
Hey, Sora, I think the trampoline will take us back to Andy's room.
Take this. Yeah.
I think really all the AIB cards are gonna be better than the reference card. So, and if you don't really like, if you've never bought an AMD AIB card before, I wouldn't worry too much about the different ones. Just pick whichever one you think is the coolest looking one, and just get that. That's what I would do.
I bet you there's a lucky emblem here.
I keep saying there's a lucky emblem, but I don't really see them. Oh, you know what? Wait, no. Is this it? I can't.
Let's see.
Oh.
Oh boy, let's find some more.
I mean, from what I can tell, this graphics card, so the one you got was the XTX. So yeah, that one. Oh, I missed the thing. I know I got Trinity Guard, but I don't really want to do Trinity Guard. Like, that one's perfect for 4K. Let's just go this way, whatever. Oh. Oh wait, where's the blaster? Oh yeah, yeah. Oh, they have like little HP bars down on them, or little heart things. I need to, like, go find another one, I think? I can get in a newer one. Oh, they have different, that's right, they have different moves. So I'll take this one. Why don't you see the point of an AIB? XT. That's like saying I don't see the point of a AIB 4080. Like, I don't understand that comment. XFX, yes, they're good. Like, okay, none of them are really, like, guys, you're overthinking it so much. I mean, XFX, Power Color, Sapphire are the ones that I would recommend. I mean, but if you want to get Asus, or if Asus is available, or MSI is available. MSI doesn't actually have anything available right now. Oh, this thing's almost dead. Oh, actually, I want the purple one. I think these have, like, the super move. I would recommend XFX, Sapphire, or Power Color. Wait, what does this do? This has cannons. Oops, that's not what I wanted to do. The price overlap with the XTX, I don't see the point of paying. Yeah, they are too close in price. The XT is like $100 more than it needs to be. So it's almost like the XT AIBs should probably just be priced as the exact same price as the reference card.
Accident.
Hurry, save! This looks like a way in.
This is definitely different than the other place. That's cool. Wait, I can drive this? I can just drive this thing without any enemies around. That's cool. You can even, like, do the moves and stuff. This has a very, Overwatch feel to it. I don't know why. It makes me feel like I'm, what's that one character that she's got, like, the mech? Diva. This is like playing as Diva in Overwatch. It just has this weird, like... How do I... Is there a jump? Oh, okay, that's cool. Oh, wow. You can actually fly all the way up to the second floor? Huh? You can fly to the second floor? You completely skipped the whole, like, elevator sequence. You have the XT reference, and it's working quite well for me, too. So you basically have the exact same thing that I'm streaming on right now. So, yeah. Yeah, I mean, I don't have any issues. People talking about all these issues all over Reddit, I have no idea why. I just don't understand, like, my question to them would be like, what application are you using, and what are you actually doing with the graphics card, and are you running the graphics card at stock settings? That would be like my first question. Is the graphics card at overclocked or at stock settings? Because if it's overclocked, obviously they're doing something wrong, because it's not stable. With whatever overclock, or more likely undervolt, because for some reason, the average person on Reddit will say, that you need to undervolt the card for better performance, and I highly disagree with that statement on many, many levels, because clearly I have not undervolted my card, and I'm having 0 issues. go on Rage Form. Rage Form is such a, like, cheesy way to just deal massive damage and just heal all the way back up to full health. Beasts and bugs? Oh, I have to get to the doll section? Oh, I can't use that because I'm in Rage Form. I can't use the, I can't use the Mega Jump. I have to get out of this mode. There we go. Wait. Oh. Undervolting gets dicey quickly. Like, you can undervolt, but you have to test stability. And the vast majority of people that are undervolting because someone told them to, they're not testing stability. They're, like, firing up some random game and letting it, like... Or, they're probably not even running a game. They're probably running, like, a... Like, Time Spy or something, and then they're calling it a day because Time Spy passed. And then they think it's stable. Then they go and play, like, this game, or worse, an MMO like Final Fantasy XIV, and then they wonder why did the game randomly crash. And they're gonna blame it on AMD drivers when it's really not a driver problem at all. It's them with a lousy, unstable undervolt, and then trying to claim that it's an AMD driver issue. Because honestly, that's where I think most of the complaints about AMD drivers comes from. It's because people undervolt the card. The fact that Radeon settings lets you actually do it, and Nvidia doesn't let you do it. So, you know, the average Joe doesn't want to download MSI Afterburner, and if Nvidia doesn't let them mess with the card, then they're probably not going to run into any problems. But then when people, like, let's say somebody switches to AMD from Nvidia, and then people start telling them, oh, to get better performance, you have to undervolt the card. So then they think they have to do something, like, just because someone says you have to undervolt, do you think, like... No, if someone tells you have to undervolt the card, like, I'm not gonna do that. Like, it sounds dumb. Like, I might tweak it to see, but it's like, I'm not gonna run it 24/7 like that. Oh, wait, I need to... You know what? I think we can use this thing to completely... Wait, do I need to shoot these things, or what do I need to do? Oh wait, no. I think I can just use this to fly all the way up. What? Oh, right there. This is where I need to go, I think. Yeah. Downloading MSI. Oh wait, some games can do great. Yeah, but see, you can never tell people a fixed number like that. You can't just say, oh, 1070 millivolt. Because one person's graphics card might be able to be stable at 1070, but another's might not. So that's the reason why I'll never recommend undervolting for that reason. Because people have asked me to different videos that I've made, like, why don't you recommend undervolting? Well, because it's on an individual basis. No two graphics cards are the same when it comes to the undervolting behavior. And a lot of people just don't understand how the silicon lottery works. So, and I don't care to explain that every single time. So I'll just not recommend undervolting. Okay, we made a big mess of water. So that didn't really do much. Downloading MSI Afterburner, I mean, yeah, I have MSI Afterburner installed on the test computer, but I don't really see the reason to have to use it.
Let's see.
I'm the type of person that hates to install third-party software. Just like I don't like to use liquid cooling, I don't like to install third-party software. Just in my particular setup, not recommending a number. Yeah. Yeah. Okay, I mean, that's fair enough. Elden Ring, so you do great at... But see, that means it's not stable. The fact that you said Elden Ring won't run for 3 minutes on 1070 millivolts, that tells me that 1070 millivolts is not stable on your GPU. Because think of it like this. At stock settings, I don't have to think in the back of my mind if a game is going to crash. I know for a fact that all the games are going to work. I don't have to think twice about it. I can load up Elden Ring, I can load up this game, I can load up some MMO like Final Fantasy XIV and play that for hours. I don't have to worry about like crashing to desktop in the middle of a raid, right? So it's like I have full reliability, 100% uptime with stock settings, so that's what I'm going to run at. Like pretty much anyone who's serious about like streaming content, they're going to be running their GPU at stock settings. They're not going to overclock it or undervolt it. Oh wait, what am I supposed to do? Oh, he wants me to go this way. I mean, we talk about like enterprise workstations. Workstations, laptops, servers, none of those things have overclock settings, and I can guarantee you none of them are undervolted. In fact, like, the typical workstation doesn't even run at, like, the maximum XMP settings that would be listed on a DDR5 memory kit. Yeah, for individual benchmark runs, yeah, I mean, that's fine. Yeah, if you're trying to do, like what, Joey, so there was a guy in the stream, Joey actually has the world record, or one of the world records for the 3090 Ti overclock in, I think it was Port Royal. It was one of the 3D Mark benchmarks. So yeah, for that sort of thing, totally, I agree there. That makes sense. But for what, like for what I'm doing here, like why would I overclock for this? Or any game, like what would be the point if you're just gonna be playing the game? Because I'm of the opinion that the performance, basically, there's a performance target in mind, and if the graphics card meets that requirement, then that's all you need to get. And if it doesn't, then you would have to budget for a more expensive product. Or if it's overkill, then you don't need to buy that. You would go with something else. I just hope that next year will not be a big repeat of 2021. Where we end up in a situation where factories in Asia get shut down for like 3 months, and then we're back to where we were in the last 2 years, where you can't buy any hardware, everything's overpriced, everything's constantly scalped. I'm hoping, like, one of the things I want to see for next year that's different than the last 2 years is I want to see the PlayStation 5 be regularly available for purchase in a Best Buy, so that you don't have to, oh, it's Speedway. Yeah, so he's got the world record for Speedway. But, like, I don't want us to be in a scenario where people still can't buy a gaming console when it's already 2 years old. And I also don't want to be in a scenario where you can't buy, like, a graphics card because they're constantly scalped and the supply is very low. Like, I really hope that we don't deal with that again. That's why I'm a little bit nervous about going into next year, not having the XTX or one of those other Nvidia cards, because if we end up in a scenario where it's a big repeat and you can't buy hardware again and everything's super expensive, then well, rip 7000 series graphics cards and rip 40 series graphics cards, because it'll just be a big repeat of the last 2 years. And those who didn't get one at launch are basically not going to be able to get one for like a whole year. Or at least not through the normal means. Also, remember that overclocking your GPU will not increase ray tracing performance almost at all, since it doesn't scale with GPU clock speed. Okay. I need to finish this game before the end of the year. So I guess I should do all of the Toy Story level. One FPS of the same.
Over there.
I feel like that was supposed to be something I'm supposed to do, but I guess not.
Is this it?
Oh, here we go. You get like one? What? I've never played one of these games. It does seem fun. Oh, am I supposed to? Oh.
Come on, Sora. You've never used a record player? Huh? Like this. Whoa.
Series X has an advantage over the PS5 in terms of ray tracing, since RDNA 2 skills with CUs. See, the problem with Xbox is Xbox technically is a superior console if you look at the hardware specs alone. But the problem is the game developers will always try to... They always try to give the user experience, well, they try to basically make it the same across the board. So, like, for those that are really wanting to dig into more of, like... Oh, wait, what? The gaming performance differences on the consoles, Digital Foundry is probably the best YouTube channel. Because whenever a new game comes out, they'll... Well, okay, it has to be a big title. It can't just be some random indie game. Although some indie games do end up being covered by them. It just depends on how advanced the graphics technology is in that game. But they usually will do like a deep dive analysis on the console versions, so they'll compare all the consoles. And then they'll also do the PC one as well.
Corporal! You alright, son?
Yes, sir.
It also had
The
DX.
soldier Sarge lost contact with.
So, you found Ham?
Yes.
Well, I think the... well, obviously it's, you know, Microsoft. But the thing is, the PlayStation 5 is more Linux-based.
We have to hurry.
Didn't Callisto Protocol come out now and the PS5 beats Series X, although that game seems broken?
You're not fit for action.
Sarge,
Your tour
Yeah,
is
I
over,
think,
son.
well, there was
And
one
it's
that I
all
saw
right.
recently on their
Our trusted
channel.
allies will take over.
All the game, basically the target
I will
FPS
move
was
the
still
corporal to a
met,
safer location.
but it was,
Good luck,
the frame
gentlemen.
times were really bad. I forget which one I forget which video it was. I don't know if it was Callisto Protocol or if it was a different game. I watched their one for the Plague Tale Requiem.
Hey!
And they also did one on Crisis Core Reunion, which I thought that one was really interesting.
Woody, mission complete.
Minecraft can't run on the PS5 since it doesn't. I'm very happy with the DaVinci Resolve forms on the XTX. Yeah, the thing is, I don't know. I feel like the AMD cards have always been good with DaVinci Resolve. Like, when I edit my videos to upload to YouTube, like, not this type of video, but obviously, like, the, you know, the pre-recorded videos to YouTube, those are all done in DaVinci Resolve. So I've always used DaVinci Resolve. Before DaVinci Resolve, I used to use Sony Vegas. Actually, it wasn't even like Vegas. It was Movie Studio Platinum. So it was like the cheap consumer one that didn't really have that many features. I used to use that. And then I switched over to DaVinci Resolve. But I've never used Adobe Premiere. Like, I don't have any Adobe software. Like, that's the thing. Other than, like, the Acrobat Reader.
Wait, do you hear something?
I think it's coming from over there.
Talk about cabin fever. Thanks for the save.
You okay, Ham?
Yeah, aside from being like...
I think we'll just skip the scene. We need to clear this world quick. Oh, whoa, what the... Let's go second form. Level 2.
Ready when you are. Hang on!
Go time.
Right now, the 6000 AMD cards are like on a really good deal. They're still like on a really good deal. Maybe not as good as the Black Friday deals, but they're still good. Unless you want like an ARC A770. That's the only other GPU that I'd recommend, to be honest. Like, for value, I would go Intel Arc, like, any day over the other ones. I mean, the only annoying thing is the overlay, but at some point next year, that's gonna get changed. At least I really hope that it does get changed.
That was good.
Whoa, she dodged that one? I dodged her giant slam attack, and then she dodged my attack. The other things suffer with AMD that use optics or something. The 6700 XT is the closest GPU to the Intel Arc. Yeah, both of them are in the $300 range right now. And the original MSRP of the 6700 XT is $479. So
Wait. What if we...
oh, I still have that form available. I never actually used that since the house. Okay, so we need to like use the magic
I
thing.
bet you there's a lucky emblem here.
Let's see.
Oh boy, let's find some more.
The thing is, in all my tests, there was only a few scenarios on the very first Intel Arc driver where I ran into issues with color banding and some strange like video corruption, or didn't render things the right color. They were everything like the black level was too deep. That was the only issue that I ran into with Arc. Like with the launch driver, and then with the when I retested it for the review for the 7900 XT, I didn't really see the same problem. I mean, there was one like there were some scenes in the benchmarks that I was doing where I could still tell the color on Intel seemed off, or it was like oversaturated. Oh yeah, no problem. Like, because I think that some people are. People who ask about undervolting and overclocking and stuff, I feel like they need to really understand like what's the actual use case for overclocking. It's like, yeah, you can get better performance. It used to be years ago you could get tangible gains by overclocking for like a 24/7 overclock to use with everyday computing. But the thing is, the way the new processors and graphics cards work today, overclocking for a 24/7 overclock is largely, like, unnecessary, to be honest. Like, they basically, Nvidia and AMD already give you all the performance out of the box that you'd actually ever need to use. So, that's why overclocking is more of like a hobby thing for world records, or if you're wanting to get into the overclocking community. That's where I really see a place for overclocking and undervolting. For everyday use, it just doesn't really seem necessary anymore. Like, the best example I can give people is trying to overclock the Ryzen CPU for a higher all-core frequency. Realistically, you're giving up, like, single-thread performance when you do that, because they already, like, the boost algorithms are already tuned for the maximum performance. So there really isn't much to gain from overclocking. What am I supposed to do here? Oh.
Almost there. You think there's a way to hit us from far away?
Perhaps if we use the cannons on those mechs.
The cannons on the mech. Well, that means I need to get one of these. Oh, you know what? I need to use the magic one. Yeah, I need to use this. Stability you lose is so much worse than the 5%. I mean, even if you do get 5%. Why is that enemy, like, way out there? We need to get this thing. Just gonna make a big line. Just jump on him. There. And he decides to move way out of... Okay, well that worked. We got the UFO. I was trying to get the Gundam so I could get the UFO with the Gundam. So now I gotta go back to the first floor. One thing I haven't done a good job of is look for treasure chests in this world. I feel like I've just kind of skipped everything. Do you think the XTX high-end AIB have a lot of overclocking headroom? Yeah, I think they'll be able to do that, but realistically, I feel like the power consumption might not be worth it. Like, I don't know. I'd have to end up with one of those at some point. Yeah, it'll be like a 3090 Ti. At least that's my guess. I think the teacups is like my favorite one of these Disney rides in this game. I don't like the water one that much, and I really don't like the shooter one. I think this is the way down. Oh wait, there's like another thing up there.
Sorry.
Ham said Rex was in the video game section.
Oh boy, let's go!
Is that on this floor? Those don't look like video games. I guess that's the top floor? Ooh, wait. You didn't touch the GPU clock, you bumped the memory clock to 2600. You almost got the 6950 XT. 6950 XT is actually probably one of my, well, I don't know which one I like more between the 6900 XT and the 6950 XT. I think the 6950 XT, it's faster, but I don't know, well, I just remember when I got the 6900 XT, that card felt super, like, premium. It just seems like that one, to me, at the time, when it was new 2 years ago, was, like, the best AMD graphics card that AMD ever made. Like, that was my general opinion of it when I first got it. The 6950 XT, yeah, that's... I don't want to say it's like it's not like a TI. It's weird. It's like, they changed... The memory's faster... Oh, you know what? I can actually use this. I never used this move. Yeah, it's kind of like a super. Because it's the same chip. It's the same full unlock chip. It's funny when these things die, they like stand back up, and then they turn into like a mech that you can actually control. Instead of exploding, they just like stand upright. We need to find the... Oh, look, that must be the video game. This is Dissidia. That's definitely gonna be the video game section. So we are actually going the right way. I'm gonna get this other one over here. This one has the cannons. Oops. Keep pressing the wrong button. What's the button I want to press? Oh, Y. Y is the cannons. There we go. The, what is this? The XT, the 6750 XT is the most pointless GPU. AMD made the, yeah. The 6800 non-XT is almost the same price. See, the problem, the reason why they made the 6750 XT was because the 6800 was, the 6800 is probably the least manufactured RDNA 2 GPU, because that card, from what I can remember, was never available. Like, you could never buy that card. The 6800 XT was more readily available than that card ever was. I think this is where I'm supposed to go. This is the, isn't this the video games? The 60, I think the MSRP on the 50 was $550, if I remember correctly. I think it was $549. So it was almost $100 more than the non-50. Oh, I didn't want to do this. I didn't want to do the Disney ride. Like, this is not necessary. There's only like 2 enemies. I hope there's only 2 enemies. Well, when it was most relevant, you could never get one. It wasn't until recent that it started showing up again. And I think that's kind of the reason why they made those 50, those in-between cards. Because they had more of the smaller die to sell. I mean, it's pretty typical for there to be a revision like that when you think about it. Like, so it's like every year to a year and a half, they want to put something out. Like, it doesn't matter who we're talking about. This applies to any hardware company. Like, they always want some kind of revised edition. Am I able to run all the way up here? The only problem with this level is that it's too restrictive in where you can actually stand. Why am I unable to lock onto that? Okay, well, obviously this is not where we're supposed to go, because this is not where the video games are. I thought this was the right area. I guess we're supposed to go back down? Or we're supposed to go to the top floor? Why? They said he was in the video game section.
Let's see. Let's see.
Doesn't count?
Let's see.
There. Okay, I don't know where I'm lost. I don't know where this T-Rex is. It's supposed to be in the video game section, which I think that's where we just were. These look like... Those are action figures? What is this stuff?
Yeah.
Alright, well, we'll go back upstairs. This goes to floor 3. Oh, I don't think... Did I take the green one? I don't think I took the green one. Game store. Here we are. There we go. Some advertisement for Dissidia or something. Am I supposed to go down?
There we go. Next.
I guess I could just either run in a circle or I can go to the lower level? Yeah, I guess I'll go to the lower level. Is this little one supposed to be worth more points or something? This one's got way more HP than the others. Oh wow, they hit harder too. This guy's got like a lot of HP. He's probably worth like a ton of points. He's smaller, so he's harder to hit.
Yeah, keep them coming.
Man, that one keeps teleporting around. There we go. 999. Yeah, okay, that give me all the points. I need to get this one of these. I don't know what this is. 8-bit blast. Select a block with that, then press. Okay. 6900 XT. Well, if they're like 650, I would say if the 6900 XT is like $650, and if the person that's looking to buy the GPU likes those two games that come with it, then it still kind of makes sense.
He disappeared into a dark corridor.
Verum Rex bead of lead extend on the game console.
Come on, fellas.
We gotta find. Hold on. Where do I need to go? They said babies and toddlers, so wherever that store is. This one? Ooh.
Let's see.
Nice picture, Sora.
It's not gonna be over there. Oh, is it that one? Play place? Maybe it's over there. Okay, that's annoying. Alright, this is what I've been trying to activate the whole time. Mirage Staff. Are the gains at 1440 worth going for that? I mean, it depends on your budget. Yeah, potentially. I mean, that's where my conclusion with it was that it's like the best for 1440p. Oh, he has the helium again. But definitely at 4K though. Like this card at 4K is gonna be quite a bit faster than the 6900 XT. Oh, that's right by the save point. That's convenient. The XTX I think is a little bit too much. Yeah, I would say for 1440p the XT and for 4K the XTX. But the thing is, like if you're looking at 1440p, then that brings the 6900 XT back into the equation. I think one of them used a potion. Oh, he used all of his potions. So did he. Wow. Expert's ring grants a slight. I'll go with that.
Better put the... It's in the mail.
Oh, you know what? Did Woody ever use his stuff? He doesn't have anything. Whatever.
Don't forget to mail that off.
Oh, I gotta use. Yeah. I gotta do the mail thing. I haven't even been doing that. Where is it at? Oh, it's in here. Oh, I gotta go to the bistro to do that. I think that's where you do that? I can't remember, like, where's the mailbox? I think it's in Twilight Town. Visit... Is that where I go? Man, I can't remember how I'm supposed to do any of that stuff. Gummy phone? Oh well.
Sora, look! That must be the window Sarge mentioned.
You just stay on the ground and just like hit all of them. Yeah, that definitely does way more damage when if they're all on the ground. Oh, that's what this one does. Look at this one's gonna tackle. Whoops. Okay, yeah, it is faster to take them using this. That tackle move does a lot of damage, though. I actually like that more than the cannons. I think what I'll do, so yeah, I think we're close to the end of this world. Then we'll probably switch to
Hope we
something
find some
else.
ingredients around here. The entrance was blocked by blocks?
Can you use the Gigas to move them?
Yeah, maybe. I'll try.
Oh wow, okay. And I can just keep using it? Where did this other one come from? There's like 2 of them? I thought this was the last one. There's another purple one? There.
We'll need more than that.
You know what? Now would be a good time to switch to one of these.
That's all right.
These? He's like, there's blocks, but oh wait, there's wait a minute. There's a treasure chest in there. What is this? Wait a minute, what is that?
Yeah.
That's cool. I guess I'm going the right way? I have no idea. Like, we're just kind of... Okay. Oh, there's blocks in here. Okay. They're right there, so we need to just clear out this section.
There.
I'm not sure, I guess. Maybe over here? Oh, okay.
Round him up. Yeah. This town ain't big enough.
What? How did that miss? I guess I could use the mech to fly all the way up. Let's see. No. See, one thing I don't know too much about this game is the free form, or the flow form, whatever they call it. It's like the one from the Nintendo game that I never played. Apparently there's like a whole nother way to do combat in this game. Oh, do I have to bring the mech up here? Yeah, I have to get one of those up here. Oh, man. The camera, this is okay. How do you get this thing up here? Oh. There we go.
Getting closer.
This is pretty chaotic right here. Okay, was there even a purpose to go in this room? Oh, wow. Oh, it reveals there's a treasure chest right here. Somewhere. There. I don't think I've been in here yet. It's like, it's funny how they're smaller than the actual, well, because it's supposed to be toys. This is pretty cool level design, though. Wait, I don't think I need to be in here again. I think there's another way out. Yeah, right here. Oh, okay, wait, no? We were over there. Oh, over here. There's probably blocks over here? Okay, there's blocks in this room, but I'm gonna need the mech. We're gonna need some mech enemies to get this one. And that procs mad teacups again. Need to go back and get that mech that's like over here.
A cactus?
Yep, and it's our way up to the dark corridor.
I like how they put that Final Fantasy reference there. The cactar. Did they just run on the wall? Yeah. Wait, how did I fail that? That's really bad. Man, he's got a lot of moves. High jump. Super jump. Oh wow, I had that much AP that I clicked all those moves. Think this is gonna be the boss fight? Yeah, this is gonna be the boss fight. Not do any damage to him? There, that worked. Oh, you gotta get on top of him somehow. There we go.
Get the rocket! Hang on! Go time!
This move seems like it's not really doing much. You do think there will be a big game for 40 from the city? I don't know. I feel like both of those 40 series Nvidia cards are really meant for 4K. See how much damage this tower does. It's just out of range. Whoa. Is there something else that's right? Okay, that did really good damage right there, whatever I did. Whoa, that does a lot of damage. see if he flies into this tower attack. No, not even close. Oh, he did fly into it. There we go. You had the 3060 Ti and you went into the 7900 XT's Mega Gains. Yeah, I feel like at 1440p, the XT is kind of like the highest I would go at that resolution. Anything that costs more money than that, I would consider that 4K. Like I would only really consider anything that's like $1,000 or more for a 4K monitor. Like if I don't have a 4K monitor, like I'm using a 4K monitor, but if I didn't have one, then yeah, no, I wouldn't consider the XTX or the Nvidia 40 series cards for at least the ones that are available now for 1440p.
A shame we'll have to stay a little.
Because the reality is you can get enough performance with the XT or even like any of the older cards, whether we're talking 30 series Nvidia or if we're talking the 6000 series RDNA 2 from AMD.
You guys.
I'm sorry that I was being so stubborn. Please forgive me.
Oh, there we go. Favorite deputy. And that has Hyper Hammer. For ray tracing, the 4080 is still a 1440p GPU.
Yes.
Well, I don't know. When you say ray tracing, you're thinking about path tracing. When I think ray tracing, I think of like Resident Evil Village and Far Cry 6.
But he didn't regain consciousness. After Lee left, he must have woken and taken his leave.
And I guess Quake 2. See, I don't know, like, I really don't know if newer games that feature ray tracing are going to be very heavy on path tracing. At least in the next 2 years.
That's not good.
I have a feeling they're not going to be like that. If you've noticed the trend with more of these titles, they seem to be, they claim ray tracing, but they're really more like Far Cry 6 or, you know, they're not like super hardcore on path tracing. The only, I guess the only examples that I can think of are going to be more of like where they introduce ray tracing on old games like Oblivion or Morrowind, whatever that Elder Scrolls game was that got the ray tracing update. Portal was another one. Yeah, pretty much everything is going to be all hybrid based.
But not everyone's.
For when it comes to ray tracing. And I really think that the reason for that is because of the consoles. Because you have to support ray tracing on the Series X and the PS5. And that's going to really force not really force developers, but that's going to be the driving factor that's going to make developers, you know, tend toward it being less path tracing and more of like pre-baked ray traced type shadows. I think that's what's going to end up happening. I mean, that's basically the trend if you look at the games that feature ray tracing now. That aren't Quake 2 and Minecraft.
Humanity is a precious gift, and yet you desire to return to the organization?
Oh yes, of course. One eradication at Axel's hands was enough to learn where not to place my trust.
He gave
I'm gonna let this scene play out. I'm gonna take a break. I'll leave the stream running.
He ripped me away from the one thing I care about.
But I'll be back. And we're probably gonna switch games here in a little bit. Although I feel like I should try to cover as much ground on this game so I can complete it before the end of the year.
The replicas.
Yes. Soon they will replace, not just replicate. Given a heart, they can become just as real as any human.
What excellent tidings. I would hate to think we invited you back into our ranks, only for you to fail to deliver our final vessel, Vexen.
Hey, a new zone! You guys should check it out!
Okay. You're gonna try Radeon RSR or Radeon Super Resolution in Cyberpunk to see. Is RSR is that like the, because I know there's FSR and RSR. Is RSR the one that works, that could technically be turned on in every game without any sort of developer intervention, or it's like a driver thing?
You wanna see our new gummy blocks?
Oh, these guys have like, ooh, high wind level 2, Falcon. Is this good? An attack ship with advanced firepower, a ship with balanced offense and defense, a durable ship with advanced defense. I'm gonna get the, what is this? Launches a series of colorful fireworks at enemies. So how do you use that? Let's go with this one. Invincible level 2. You need the parts shown below. Cyclone G2 and Comet G2.
Hello.
Oh, what? RSR is like FSR1, but can be used in any game. You turn on the driver and set the resolution in game lower, and then it upscales. So I don't know. I've noticed that with some newer games, the like, what I've noticed with some newer games, well, I usually see this with DX12 games. With DX12 games, I've noticed that the when you turn on like FSR or some other settings in the graphics menu, less and less of the time now they require you to reboot the game or restart the game. Oh, I don't have Discord open. Let me open it. Oh, yeah, I saw those. With the 300 something watt. Yeah. Wait, so I can't use that ship that I just got? That's lame. What about this one and this one? Oh, I can use high wind. Man, this one. Let's try the invincible. Yeah, this is better than what I have. How do I set my main ship? That's not what I want to do. I want to like change. Oh, you can actually upgrade stuff. I can upgrade the speed for one thing, so we go faster. Wait, this is a spaceship? Oh, wait a minute. That's not it. What? Okay, there we go. I was like, where are the other places? You can set individual settings for games with Radeon, even down to OC. If she said it's... Yeah, you can do game profile stuff. The problem you have with getting a high-end 4K monitor is that you will need to upgrade your GPU almost every 2 to 3 years. I mean, I don't know about that. Like, the 4080 and the XTX are probably going to be good for a good while, at least throughout their generation. Because I've been thinking of going to 4K since, I want to say, 2 years ago. And I never actually made the jump to 4K until this year. And that's mainly, well, two things. One, I didn't think the graphics cards... well, I was kind of questioning the graphics cards, although I do feel like the 30 series from Nvidia and the 6000 series from AMD were the first... They were the first generations in my mind that had true 4K 60 capability. And then now with these newer, this next generation, now it's more like 4K high refresh is now kind of the reality with the 40 series and the 7000 series. Because I can't, like, in my case, I can't justify buying a new, like, for 1440p, I would have never bought the XT, even though I'm saying that it's very good for 1440p, and it is, and that the reality is it will be good for 1440p for a very long time. Where at 4K, it will be good throughout the generation, because technically, in my mind, the 6900 XT is still good at 4K, and so is the 3080 Ti and the 3090. Like, I still think those are good cards for 4K. They're not bad, by any means. But the thing is, if we think about like 2 years from now, when the next generation is launching, like the RTX 50 series and the AMD 8000 or whatever they end up calling it, at that point, then I think like Ampere and RDNA 2 will definitely start showing their age in the same way that we see like Vega 64 and the GTX 1080 are really showing their age at 1440p now. See that's how I see the previous generation looking 2 years from now. Like 2 years down the line, they won't be that great at 4K anymore, but they're still good at 4K today. And these newer cards are going to be good for the next 2 generations. So that's the way I see it. I don't know about 8K, because I really don't think that 8K to me still doesn't seem feasible. The only way 8K will ever be a usable resolution for everyday use case, not just gaming, will be if Microsoft and Apple, like basically the operating systems, they have to, Apple's pretty much well ahead of Microsoft in this regard, but because most games are played on Windows, Microsoft really has to innovate on the way display scaling works for reading text on a screen and that sort of thing, because with 4K, like, it is barely passable right now when you're using the display at 100% scale. Like, I personally am using my 4K monitor at 100% resolution scale. I don't do the 125, the 150%, the 200%. Like, Windows is telling me that it... Let me just look at it real quick. Like, Windows recommends that I use my 4K monitor with 150% scale and layout. But I change it to 100%. So everything on my 4K screen is very, very small and very, very sharp. So that's the other reason. That's actually the real reason why it took me so long to go to 4K. One thing was the graphics cards, although I believe that the 30 series and the 6000 series were good when they launched 2 years ago for 4K, and they're still really good for 4K. I think anything that's less than a 3090 and the 6800 will age more poorly at 4K because they'll become VRAM limited faster than those other GPUs. The other thing too, the only real driving factor that prevented me from buying 4K until now was the fact that I was waiting for a monitor that seemed like it was in a certain price point, and it had all the bells and whistles. So, you know, HDR, 144 hertz. What else? The 10-bit color display panel, IPS, whatever. I mean, it could have been OLED, but OLED is way too expensive. And then the other thing too is I wanted it to be 27 inches. I kept trying to figure out like what's the optimal resolution what's this optimal screen size for 4K, because I personally think 24 inches is the best screen size for 1440p. I would never buy a 27-inch 1440p monitor. I think it looks too big. It just doesn't look good in my mind. But 4K 27-inch is like super sharp and looks really, really good. So technically, it's like a Retina display if you go by Apple's naming convention or their marketing terms for high-resolution displays. But 4K on a 27-inch panel at 100% scaling is really crystal sharp. It is so crisp. I can't. I can just describe it in words, but it's one of those things where you have to see it to believe it. Like, I looked at a lot of monitors in person at Best Buy, and eventually I chose the Sony InZone because that one, like, if you watch the hardware unbox review on it, they gave it a pretty positive review overall. The only thing I don't like about it is it's slower. It's significantly slower to wake up than my other monitors. So what ends up happening with Windows 10 is, like, when I wake up, the monitors, like if I come back from being away from the computer, the monitors all wake up. The two side monitors wake up like really fast, but then the Sony monitor in the middle is much slower. So you'll see it like, say, scanning for picture, and then it will bring everything up. The problem is because those other two monitors wake up so quickly, all my windows and applications get automatically moved to those two monitors. So whatever was on the middle monitor now gets moved to one of the side monitors. So that's really annoying to have to always drag it back over to the middle monitor. So that's the only caveat, my only negative takeaway from upgrading to this 4K monitor, to this particular monitor, because I'm pretty sure like other 4K monitors may not have this problem. Or just this, it's not really a problem, it's just the behavior of the display panel. You have a 28-inch or an M8U. You had a 32-inch 1440p and it was brutal. Yeah, see the problem? So actually, there is a mathematical formula that depends. So the screen size and resolution, actually, a lot of people don't know this, but it actually depends on your personal vision. Like, how good is your eyesight? Because that will dictate how big and what resolution the monitor should be. So in my case, I have normal 20/20 vision, and for 20/20 vision, 1440p should be around 24 inches for an optimal experience. So it's mind-boggling why they don't make a lot of 24-inch 1440p monitors anymore. The ones that I have, that I bought back in 2017, are, I consider, legendary displays because they pretty much have anything you could ever ask for on a monitor. 24-inch, 1440p, 144 hertz. They even have like a kickstand that pops out on the side to hold headphones to the right of the monitor. A solid like metal stand with tilt and rotating VESA mount, built-in speakers, dual HDMI, FreeSync display. You know, it's even like it's almost like FreeSync Premium. It has the low frame rate compensation feature, all that stuff. So those monitors, the two monitors that I have on the sides, like, those are like the best monitors I ever bought. Like, I never had any problems with them. They wake up super quick. They have all the features. Like, the Sony monitor is better, like, in terms of the color, because it's a 10-bit and it's an HDR10 monitor. And of course it's 4K, so, you know, the image looks sharper and everything. So I guess, here, let me, what do I want to do here? I guess we'll take a break from the game. I think this auto-saved? Yeah. Oh, yeah, we're saving the world map. Okay, so let's go back to the title screen, I guess. Here, let's bring up the web browser. Oh, I need to exit out of the game first. Wait, no, that's not what I wanted to do. Oops. There, exit the game. What I wanted to do was bring back up the browser. Where is it? Window. There we go. Oh wait, why is it so small all of a sudden? Anyway, so this is what I wanted to show. So, well, this is from yesterday. But what I wanted to show was the monitor. So, wait a minute, why are these open? think it's the Agon AX or G24 AX1Q or something. No, what was the model number? AG24 1QX. Okay, so yeah, it's discontinued. So this monitor is like my favorite monitor. This is the best monitor I ever purchased. It's one of the cheapest 1440p monitors. 1 millisecond response, gray to gray. You know, they say G-Sync compatible. I hate when they like G-Sync basically stole FreeSync's branding, but this is a FreeSync monitor. Rich connectivity. It doesn't have the G-Sync module, so it's a FreeSync monitor. If you prefer its 24-inch size, there was a 27-inch version of this monitor, but obviously the 24-inch is the way I would go with that. And then yeah, so basically like. I wish I did a video review. Did I do a maybe I did do a video review on it. I can't remember anymore. It was like 2017. 23.8-inch screen. It's so sharp because when it's smaller, it just looks better. As a monitor, and you're not going to sit too far away from it, it just looks so good. Like 1440 at 24-inch. Because like, this is what I tell people. Like for 1080p, I go 22-inch or 21.5-inch. I would never buy a 24-inch 1080p monitor. That's way too big. It just looks ugly. So it would be 22-inch 1080p, 24-inch 1440p, and 27-inch 4K. For me, it's always the smallest size for the highest resolution. That makes sense. Now, technically, for 2020 vision, this is perfect. 24-inch 1440p is the optimal resolution for someone with normal 2020 vision. I have to find like the visual acuity TFT panel TFT review. There was like a website. Is this it? The sense and nonsense of ultra high definition displays. I think this is it. They talk about things like the angle. They talk about when can a computer display be considered retina? There's a mathematical formula. And here it is. So this is it. The smallest fitting resolution for somebody with a visual acuity equal to 1, which means 2020 vision. Someone with 2020 vision, this is the table for 2020 vision. So here we go. 23.8. This is my Agon monitor that I kept talking about. Guess what? 2592 by 1458. That is roughly 2560 by 1440. There you go. 24 inches, 1440. That is the correct size for that resolution. But then if you want to look at 4K, this is where it gets really weird, because 4K 3840 by 2160 doesn't actually show up. 3480 by 2160. The closest one is going to be somewhere over here. And here you can see they recommend, so for 16 by 9, because this is ultra wide, so 32 inch, that typical 32 inch monitor, 32 inches is supposed to be the optimal size, roughly speaking, for 4K. A 4K panel should be 32 inches or 31.5 inches. This is typically a 32 inch monitor. So somewhere around here is the ideal resolution for someone with 2020 vision who wants a 4K monitor. This is the correct size where they will not suffer from things like eye strain or eye fatigue or that sort of thing. And I can definitely say it took some getting used to a 27-inch 4K monitor. 27 inches would be more like, if you're looking at 1440p, realistically, in my mind, 2560 by 1600 would be okay at 27 inches because of that extra vertical pixel count. But yeah, I would never buy a 27-inch 1440p, even though that's like 95% of all 1440p monitors today. So I'm so glad I'm past the 1440p bandwagon and I moved up to 4K, because if I was looking for a 1440p monitor today, it's very slim pickings for a 24-inch 1440p monitor. They're still out there. There's a Lenovo ThinkVision, but it's only, I think it's only like a 60 hertz panel. So the 28U is 4K 28-inch UR glasses. So I guess, yeah, as long as you have corrected lenses, you know, as long as it equates to a visual acuity of 1.0, then it's fine. Then it's still going to be the same table. But yeah, see, so this is what I use to determine, like, because I was a little bit concerned with 4K at such a small panel. Like, would I get headaches? Would I get eye fatigue, eye strain, that sort of thing? But I haven't had any problems. So, and I use Windows at 100% scaling, so everything is really small. See, they talk about font sizes and scaling. I mean, I run my thing at 100% scaling, so it's like super crisp. But some people might get eye strain from that, if they try to run 4K on a 27-inch panel at the native res. At the 100% resolution scaling. But that's what I would recommend. Like, I mean, I'm talking for somebody with 20/20 vision and thinking about 4K, what size to consider. The reason why I don't like the idea of 32-inch is because it takes up way too much desk space, and I feel like that would be the limit of what I would consider buying if I was actually going to get a 4K monitor, and I was a little bit uncomfortable with the idea of everything being really, really small. But the problem with 32-inch is you end up, I feel like you'll end up with additional neck movement unless you have the display further away from you. But then when the monitor is further away from you, it completely defeats the purpose of having 4K real estate in the first place. So, but yeah, I've like ever since I bought my 4K monitor, I've used it since day one at 100% native scaling and never looked back. But what I haven't talked about, and is also mentioned here, I think in this article, is the distance. Like how far away you are from the monitor also does, yeah, UHD viewing distance recommendations. So there's mathematical formulas for all of this. So that's the thing. Like in my case, my monitor is a little more than arm's length away from me. So that gives you guys an idea of where I'm sitting relative to the monitor. So it's not like the monitor is 2 feet or more. Well, actually it's about 2 feet away from me. But this is the best article that I've found for those wanting to read up on like this TFT Central. It's from a website based out of the UK. Visual Acuity, The Sense and Nonsense of Ultra. This is like the best article. It's from 2014. It's an old article, but it's still the best one that I can find that actually gives you the table for the ideal smallest fitting resolution. Because, like, I'm running 3 monitors, right? Like, if I had a 32-inch monitor in the middle, that would force the 2 side monitors to be so far away that part of those monitors wouldn't even be in my peripheral vision. So it's like, yeah, that's kind of a deal breaker. So that's the other reason why the smaller the screen at the highest resolution possible, the better. Because triple display, I think, is the way to go for this sort of thing. Oh, GPU-Z got updated. Wizard finally updated GPU-Z to actually have official support for the AMD 7900 series. So I will show you guys. Let me see. How do I share this? Oh, actually, we can just change it. Okay, so here's GPU Z. For those curious, for the 7900 XT, these are my idle temps. Well, it's not really pure idle because I'm using the computer, but you can see like 46 Celsius, 52 hotspot, fan speeds at 39%, so 960 RPM, so that's quiet enough that you'll never hear it. Over case fans, GPU load, this, memory controller, and so 94 watts power draw. So this is the quote-unquote idle power draw that people are complaining about. So the 94 watts, yeah, that is too high in my mind. They need to figure out how to, like... The easiest thing they need to do is introduce a secondary memory clock, because this is the 3D memory clock. So this goes back to that problem that I was talking about earlier, that a lot of people are talking about, high idle power. See, the problem is, the negative aspect of this, in terms of a user experience, is if you're not familiar with this, you'll just be stuck with high idle temps the whole time because of the stupid 0 RPM feature. So, and fun fact, the 0 RPM feature is definitely a driver control, because if you were to DDU your AMD drivers, or your Nvidia ones, and if you just had the graphics card running off of the basic Microsoft adapter driver from like 2006, where it only lets you use one monitor at like 640p or some nonsense, you would not have 0 RPM. 0 RPM is not a VBIOS thing on these graphics cards, at least the AMD reference cards. Meaning, if I don't have the AMD driver installed, my fan never goes to like 0 RPM. It will always run it'll always run based off of its temperature. So, and that's why I wish there was a toggle in Radeon settings where I didn't have to go and like make a fan profile. Now, the nice thing about Radeon settings is that you can save the profile. So like if I ever want to overclock or whatever, I can make a profile for that. And then if I want to go back to my 24/7 settings, I can go back to that. So but yeah, this is what it looks like for me on a normal basis. So anything that idles around like 40, mid 40s GPU temperature with multi-monitor, I think is that's good. Like, this is a very good result. Yeah. And the reason why it's 94 watts isn't really because of the GPU, it's because the memory clock is always pegged at 2485. Like, what's your memory clock at with a single monitor? Because this is what it's like with triple monitors. But I have 0 RPM disabled, and I have made a custom fan curve. Literally all I did was I dragged the fan slider up ever so slightly so that I would run at 900 RPM. I have found that if it runs at 700 RPMs, the idle temp is still too high in my mind. It's like 54 on the temp, and then like this is like around 60, which is still too high. So I had to tweak the fan profile. Yeah, so see, and that's the reason why you're only seeing 18 watts. And that's how it's supposed to be. But see, honestly, I don't expect AMD to achieve 50 megahertz or 60 megahertz on the memory with multi-monitors. But what I would like to see them do is basically cut this memory clock in half when idling. If they cut this in half, then the power will basically be cut in half. 40 watts, 45 watts, even 50 watts, in my mind, at idle with multi-monitor is acceptable. Like, that's totally fine. This is just too much. So the good thing is that now that there's too much negative press covering this issue that has always existed for a decade with AMD, hopefully they'll finally do what I told them to do years ago, and they'll actually address the problem and come up with a different implementation for how to handle multi-monitor, high refresh, and high resolution. But that's what they need to do. And you can see sub-vendor is AMD ATI. So this is how you can tell if you have a reference card. If you see sub-vendor as AMD ATI, it's a reference card. Because if this was the Power Color Red Devil or Sapphire or whatever, you know, then it would say that there. Actually, you know what? I think that GPU-Z used to have the sub-vendor ID instead of the sub-vendor name, which is interesting. Because this is better because this is easier to determine like which one it is. You used to have to memorize like the sub-vendor number ID. Like I think Sapphire was like 1C74 or something, and Power Color was 1358 or some, you know, it was some number. But yeah, that's how you can tell you have a reference card. If it says AMD/ATI, then that's a reference card. Because if this was a Sapphire, it would say Sapphire here. It would say AMD Radeon, this, and then and the other thing too that's interesting is in Radeon settings. Let me see if they still do that. It used to, yeah. So in Radeon settings, another little Easter egg that I'll let you know about to how to tell if you have a reference card or a AIB card. In Radeon settings, if you click on the gear icon for settings and you just on the system tab and you go to hardware details for the GPU, if it says under graphics manufacturer, it'll say built by AMD. If it says built by AMD, it's a reference card. If it says powered by AMD, it is an AIB card. So it's just another little fun fact there about how to tell if you have a reference card or like for example, if you're troubleshooting like someone else's issue and you ask them to send like a screenshot of their Radeon settings system tab, if it says powered by AMD, then you know they have some kind of AIB custom cooled card. If it says built by AMD, then it is a reference card. One difference you see. Are you on version 52? You might be on version 51. Because I just updated my GPU-Z to the latest version, which is 52. Or 2.52. Okay. Yeah, I'm not sure why. Like, I just noticed, like, the default clock says 2500. The GPU clock says 2498. Or the memory clock. Higher pixel fill rate and texture fill rate. Because these should be the actual spec, I think. Well... So the official one is supposed to be, where is it? Memory bandwidth should be 800. So yeah, right around there. And then texture fill rate 804. It should be 804.4. And fill rate should be, yeah, mine is basically the spec. Mine's the reference. This is the reference spec. Yours is a reference card too, though, right? It's the same one. So it should be the same. If you have an AIB card, it'll be different. Well, these numbers I think scale based off of what the clock is supposed to be. UC 9. $967. Because the XTX, the texture rate is $959. Yeah, but those numbers will change with the GPU clock. If you have your GPU overclocked, then it's going to be different. But this is pure stock specs, what's shown on screen. Yeah, because I don't have an overclock. Because you can look at Tech Power Up. Tech Power Up has the table. So let me go back. The only thing I don't like about OBS compared to XSplit is OBS is harder to share windows. Here we go. Like, see, it goes and messes with the scaling. It's annoying. Like, XSplit does a better job of automatically size things. So anyway, so this is the specs. So the pixel rate should be 459.6 and then 804.4 is the texture rate. These are stock specifications, and that's what I was showing. Well, if you never reset it back and applied it to default settings, then it's gonna still be using the overclock profile. But now I'm kind of curious because your overclock profile had a higher... It had a higher texture rate than the stock XTX. Stock XTX is 959. See, the thing is, the XTX, like the 4090 is only 20% faster than an XTX, but it's like $600 more. So this is the reason why yeah, it's like really hard to justify that card. Like buying one of those over an XTX. And then like the 4080 is roughly the same. I mean, it's a little bit slower. It's like 4%. Like the XTX is 4% faster. Just based off of Tech Power Up's numbers, it's like 4% faster than the 4080. But obviously, you know, people will say, "Oh, ray tracing's faster." But yeah, whatever. I mean, to me, that I don't really care about that. But yeah, it is gonna be faster in ray tracing. But see, like the XT, this is the reason why people complain about the XT, because the XTX is 20% faster. So think about that for a second. According to this, the XTX is 20% faster than the XT, but the XT is only 10%. I mean, it's 10% less than this, but this is 20% faster. Or it's like, you see what I'm saying? Like the price of the XT doesn't match the performance difference. A lot of people are up in arms about that, but the thing is, like, look at this. Like the 4080. The 4090 is 25%. So this is like a $400. Yeah, that's kind of weird. It's funny because the 3090 Ti, these are the 4K numbers. The reason why everything looks all like this is because they're averaging using 4K. Because at 4K, these two are very close together. But at lower resolutions, this is going to be faster. Well, I mean, you can't really find it. Well, yeah, these are at MSRP, but the thing is, like this one, only really the FE is at MSRP. Like all the other ones are more money than this. That's why I can't justify this. Like, I was thinking of getting one of these, but then when this launched, I was like, now I can't really justify that because it's like more, but it's like why bother? Like, just get one of these at MSRP. Unless you really want the AIB, but then AIB is a different story because then AIB, you compare AIB to AIB, and then the AIB on the 4080 is even more money. So it's like, yeah. Yeah, I mean, that's like 1400 is just like this, the fact that this the MSRP of this is like $1,000 and it's 20% slower, or like the 4090 is 20% faster than it. It's like, yeah, that just looking at this, it makes the XTX look like good value relative to the 4080. But I don't know. I just think like the stuff that's over $1,000 has been a thing for like 4 years now. And people did complain about the 2080 Ti's price, but they largely ignored the 2080 Ti. So it's weird. Like nowadays, they can't really do that because the 4080, which is not a Ti, is now at the price of the 2080 Ti, and it's not a Ti. So that's why a lot of people can't justify it, and that's the real reason why people end up buying one of these, which I still don't think is good value anymore. Like compared to the 6900 XT, like it's like, why would you buy this for more? Why would you pay more money for this, which is going to age worse than the RDNA cards because this thing only has like 10 gigs of RAM. I mean, at 1440p, I guess, yeah, this is still good. But at 1440p, why would somebody buy this compared to a better deal from either like an RDNA 2 or just get this? Since they're similar in price right now. Yeah, I know, especially since we're talking about 4K. The 12 gigabyte 3080 is even worse value. I almost never see those. Like, I always see the 10, but I never see the 12. Anytime I see the 12, it's either like an overpriced 3080 Ti, or it's just an extremely overpriced 3080, which is even worse value than the overpriced 3080 Ti. It's funny because the 3080 Ti's price at $1,200 never made sense since day one, but now, because of the way things are, for some reason that MSRP makes sense all of a sudden. 3080 Ti. 3080 Ti. I should start I'm just going to start calling this the Ti. 3080 Ti. 3080 Ti and 3090 Ti. It's funny, those are the only two Ampere cards I have. I have 3080 Ti and 3090 Ti. And these are probably going to be the only like high-end Nvidia cards that I have for the foreseeable future. At least not until the 4090 Ti, or maybe the 4080 Ti. Then I will revisit Nvidia, depending on like what the value equation looks like at that time. But yeah, 4080, 4090, bad value. I mean 4090, yeah, whatever. It's the fastest card. They could have priced it at $1,500 though, but Nvidia had to do the Nvidia thing and bump up the MSRP by another $100, gen over gen, and they can get away with it because the fact that you can't buy one proves that they can get away with doing that. So what I expect to happen is there will be a 4080 Ti sometime next year. Next year there will be a 4080 Ti, probably in the summer, if I had to guess. Probably around July, Nvidia will launch the 4080 Ti for... what they'll probably do is they're either going to make it $1,400. If they want to continue to be greedy, they'll make the 4080 Ti edition, and they'll price it at $1,399. $200 less than the 4090, and $200 more than the 4080. It'll fit right in between the two of them. I can totally see them doing that. $1399 RTX 4080 Ti. And then sometime either in next winter, like a year from now, or probably like 14 months from now, so we'll say like February 2024, they'll announce 4090 Ti. Just like they did this year with 3090 Ti. And then, you know, then that will come out, and that'll be $2,000, probably. Maybe $1,800, but I expect it to be $2,000, just like the 3090 Ti's original MSRP. Yeah, who would have thought, right? Who would have thought that they would come up with the brilliant idea to price a 4080 Ti at $1399 and perfectly... See, it's almost like they did it on purpose. It's almost like they priced the 4080 at $1,200 on purpose because they already have a roadmap internally where they're like, okay, we have the 4080 Ti. We're not going to launch it yet, you know, because that's not how they do things. They typically will launch the Ti in the following year, in what I call the off-season year for GPUs. The year that we're in right now is the in-season because they're launching a new generation. Next year will be the odd year, which is 2023, which will be what I consider the off year for GPUs, which is typically when the Ti models come out. And then the following year, 2024, that'll be the next generation. So that'll be the 5000 series. But they will typically throw out like a final, like an ADA, final hurrah. Here we go, 4090 Ti, $2,000, whatever. They'll throw it out there early in the year, and then they'll have like the big replacement in the end of the year. It's pretty predictable now. Like, they've kind of stuck with this model. Ever since the pandemic, they've come up with this release model. They've stuck to it, and it works for them. That's probably how it's going to be. It's sad because they used to launch video cards in the spring, which made a lot more sense, or in like the late summer. Like the 980 and the 970 was in like August of 2014, if I remember. Okay, September. I was close. September of 2014, and then the 10 series was like May of 2016, so less than 2 years, but you know, almost like an 18-month gap. The 1080, there it is, May 27, 2016. I'll never forget this one. The reason why I'll always know that it was May 2016 was because there was that meme video of him, of the CEO, announcing he did the unveiling of the 1080, the new GPU King, and then there was someone in the crowd who kept yelling. It sounded either like a 12-year-old boy or like some girl yelling in the crowd, "I can afford that! I can afford that!" Almost like the shrilly, like screamy sound. It was like, "I can afford that! I can afford that!" When he was like $699, Founders Edition in all its glory, and then they're like, "I can afford that! I can afford that!" Well, that was it, guys. That was the moment where the GPU prices. That was the last time, like 1080 Ti, the following year at $699. Where they didn't raise the MSRP, that was the end. Because after that, like, we all know what happened. We all know what happened with GPU prices after Pascal. To this day, this is still my favorite Nvidia reference cooler. Like, I always thought this thing looked so cool. I will never get rid of my 1080 because of that. Just because I like the way this reference cooler looks. It'll become like a display thing years from now when it's no like an object at a display, like in a display case or something. Years from now, when it's no longer, when you can't really use it to benchmark things because it's just too old. Yeah, but this is my favorite Nvidia cooler. It looks so cool. I just thought it was the coolest looking Nvidia cooler. Like that one, I don't like the 20 series reference cards. And I mean, the 30 series is cool. It looks better than this. This just looks really bland. I don't know. This 20 series is just such a meme. Like, no one... Yeah. This is like... Arc copied this. Intel Arc, like, kind of looks a lot like this, actually. It's like if you were to paint the silver parts of this black, it would look a lot like the Intel Arc GPU. They're even like the similar size too. But like 30 series looks kind of cool. Like this looks interesting. I like it. It's very Apple in terms of its industrial design. But if I had to pick a favorite, the 10 series reference cooler still beats this one in terms of looks. Like I just think that thing looks so it just looks cool. It looks cool while not looking very over-the-top gamer. Yeah, the Intel Arc, I don't know why they don't have more pictures on this, but yeah, this thing, this one, the underside of it, or I guess the top of it, does look cool. This has like the best RGB I've ever seen on a reference card, though. I don't like, man, the reflective super look. I hated that even more than the stock 2080. The supers, I couldn't stand the way this looks. Like I hated this mirror finish. Think about how that would get like dust all over it, and then you would try to like wipe it, and then if you're not using a microcloth, you can easily get like a little micro scrapes in here. Yeah, no thanks. That's definitely not going to age well. But I do think when they developed the 3090 and 3080 type cooler, I feel like they did hit a home run in terms of the longevity of this design. I feel like they'll probably keep this look for a long time. I wouldn't be surprised if the 5000 series has a similar look, just because they're able to have the flow-through design while keeping the PCB relatively compact, but while making the cooler really, really thick. So, yeah, I feel like they did find a good approach. At least the big one, like this one, the skinny one for the 3080. I think that one's gonna age terribly, and I feel like they're probably not gonna use that one again. It's funny, like, I feel like the 3090 Ti or the 3090 Ti will age the best out of all of the Ampere cards. Not because it's the fastest, or that it has the best or the most RAM, because the 3090 has the same amount of RAM. It's because they actually have the power connector. Like, they legit have the actual power connector that works those power supplies. With the ATX 3.0, the PCI 5.0 power supplies, they actually can use the cable with this GPU. You can't use it with the other Nvidia cards or the other Ampere cards. I tried it on my 3080 Ti. I tried to plug in my MSI power cable, like the 12 volt high power. It doesn't fit because those 4 extra pins, they run up against this fin, and then it blocks me from plugging the cable in all the way. So that was very, very disappointing. It means anybody that has a reference 3080 Ti or 3080 will be forced to always use that stupid adapter. That's not going to age well. I'm sorry. That's probably the most. This is probably the graphics card that I regret the most in terms of graphics cards that I bought and I have regret buying. Like this one for sure. It's loud. I have to use the dumb adapter, even though I bought a new power supply with the whole intent of avoiding using the adapter. And it has a terrible amount of VRAM, and the value of it was always kind of bad. I just bought it from Best Buy earlier this year when it was on clearance, along with a 3090 Ti. It's funny, because it's like, when I went to Best Buy, the sales guy, like, I asked him, like, do you guys have 3090 Ti? I actually said Ti, and he knew what I was talking about, which was hilarious. I said 3090 Ti or 3080 Ti, and he's like, we've got both. And he's like, what are you going to be using the GPU for? And I'm like, oh, I'm probably just going to be gaming. You know, I'll probably, like, try doing, like, production stuff. And he's like, Honestly, I would forget about the 3090 Ti. I would just say get the 3080 Ti. It's enough and it's better. It's like cheaper. I'm like, okay. So then I ended up getting this. Then what I ended up doing, like, the next, like, I think it was the same day, because this was after they removed the limit, because during the time when these things were so hard to get, and the price of this was like $1,200, and the price of the 3090 was $2,000. Back then, you could only buy one GPU per month. So, because they were trying to stop, like, scalpers. But this was after they lifted that restriction. And they were trying to clear these out, right? Because you could get this, I forgot what this was. I think it was like, I think I paid like I have to look it up on Best Buy. But I know for the 3090 Ti, I paid $1,100 for that. This one I know for a fact, because this one I did as an online order for in-store pickup. I forget the 3080 Ti. I just remember that conversation with the sales guy was just really weird and random. The fact that I guess he wasn't commission-based, because I was like, he could have tried to upsell me to the more expensive one, but the fact that he didn't even bother, and he was just like, no, just get the 3080 Ti. I mean, it's good enough. Like, that was kind of what he said, and I was like, okay. Yeah, it was $900. I think $899, I think, was what I paid. And I paid $11 for the other one. Actually, we can probably just go to Best Buy. RTX 3090 Ti. Like, let's look at this. Yeah, that's what I paid. I remember that. $10.99. So $1,100 was what I paid for mine. And then, do they even have the 3080 Ti anymore? Yeah, there it is. Okay, so that's what I paid. I couldn't remember. I just remember it was under $1,000, or it was like with tax. This is roughly $1,000. So that's what I remember. It was just kind of a weird conversation, though. Yeah. So basically $900 for that, and so you guys can see why I don't really have much of an incentive to buy a new 40 series GPU, because I already spent like so much money on Nvidia GPUs this year. It's like, no thanks. I mean, and the thing is, the reality is like, yeah, this is way fast, but it's like you're constantly having to battle scalpers and stuff trying to get one of these. It's just way too hard, and I've spent way too much money this year on GPUs that it's like, no. I bought this recently. That was $900. I bought the, whatever that, what is this? I'm up to like $3,000 right now on GPUs, roughly. So yeah, no. We can wait until a 4080 Ti or a 4090 Ti on the Nvidia team. The thing is, I feel like the 3090 Ti, the reason why this will age way better, first of all, like I said, the power connector, you can actually use these with the newer power supplies, just like the 4080. The other thing is the 24 gigabytes of memory is going to age really, really well. And the memory is not the stupid memory on the 3090, where half of the memory's on the back and it'll burn up and melt and kill the memory over time. This one, they're all on the front side, so they all get adequately cooled. So that's the reason why this will age the best out of all the Ampere cards. The only thing bad about it is the power consumption, because the power consumption on this is ridiculous. But it's relatively quiet because it's such a big, thick boy cooler compared to the 3080 Ti, which just kind of has a trash cooler for a 350 watt thing. Yeah, so. Oh, now it's thinking I'm a robot. But anyway, that's what I would do. Like, I think the other day, 3090 Ti, do they still have them? See, you can't even really get them anymore. And there isn't really much of an incentive to get them, right? Unless you can find one for around, I would say around 800 for one of these is still a decent value because it's 24 gigs of memory. It's right up there roughly with the 7900 XT. It probably won't age as well compared to the 7900 XT. Because I'm pretty sure like AMD is going to push as much as they can into driver optimization over the next 2 years, whereas the 3090 Ti today is what it is, and it will just slowly start becoming weaker with newer games because there's less incentive for Nvidia to optimize for this architecture because they really want people to buy the newer one. So, yeah. Yeah, I think even if you go to 4K, like the 4080 will still be good for a long time. Because 16 gigs of memory on a 4080, that's the same amount of memory as a 6900 XT. And that card realistically does fine at 4K. Today, at least. So, we'll see. I honestly think, like, in my mind, typically, you can get 2 generations of a... Like, when you buy a graphics card, you should basically think, like, what's my monitor resolution going to be? Am I going to be on that resolution 2 years from now, or even 4 years from now? And then, if so, choose a graphics card that you feel can get through 2 generations. So, up, you know, like 3 to 3.5, maybe 4 years max. Because that's typically 2 generations, right? Like, 2 years from now, there'll be another generation. And then 4 years from now, there'll be another generation of graphics cards. So, I think if you think about it, 4 years from now, the 4080 will still be good. But that is kind of where, at that point, like, at that 4-year mark, that's when I think the incentive to upgrade really starts showing its face. Because NVIDIA... I feel like Nvidia knows that the vast majority of their consumer base or customer base buys every other generation. Like, they do have people who are enthusiasts who will typically upgrade every generation, but I feel like the number of people that do that is far less than the number of people who will buy a graphics card and keep it for 2 generations. In fact, I think Tom Peterson in an interview even said that. He said that they have found that historically gamers will skip a generation and they'll either upgrade every other cycle, or in some cases they'll even upgrade every 2 cycles. So meaning somebody on the GTX 1080 Ti now really has the incentive to upgrade to a 4080 or 4090 versus somebody who is on a 20 series, like a 2080 or 2080 Ti. They might feel like they want to upgrade, but whether or not they actually do it, the probability is lower than someone who's on a 1080 Ti. Do you think at least 5-7 years? No, see, I don't know about that. I feel like the people who upgrade every 5 to 7 years are people who buy like 60 series and 70 series class cards. People who buy 80 series cards typically either upgrade every cycle or every other generation. People who buy 70 series typically buy every other generation or every 2 generations. Then people who buy 60 series cards are typically every 2 generations. Because I feel like someone who buys a mid-range card, technically they're the one who's more likely to need to upgrade, but realistically they are less likely to upgrade every other cycle. They upgrade slower than others who have higher end hardware. I know it sounds really weird. That logic sounds very, very backwards, but that's actually the reality. Because I'm just thinking of like people who I know who play games on PC. Anyone I know who had a 60 series card either still has that 60 series card and they have no idea what's current today, nor do they really care. versus someone who has like an 80 series card, like someone who has a 2080, for instance. I know for a fact that they're looking at 4080. They're not happy with the price, so they haven't pulled the trigger, but they're looking at 4080 or the XTX. Versus someone I know who has a 60 series, well, a couple of people I know that have the 60 series cards, like the RTX 2060, the 2060 and the 2060 Super. They are the prime target audience for the 40 series, but obviously they're not going to buy a $1,200 GPU because that to them is a retarded thing to do with money. But you and I, like, we're enthusiasts. These guys aren't enthusiasts. They want to just play games. They'll never spend, even $500 on a GPU. So the fact that they have a 2060 from 2018, there you go. They're going to wait until like 4060. They're not going to buy 3060 because they don't think that it's a good deal. And they don't want to, they want to buy like the next generation. Right. So someone in the 80 class is different. They're more likely to upgrade, which is weird because it's like you think about how much money somebody, like if you think of how much money someone spends to upgrade either every cycle or every other cycle, they typically buy an 80 series card, maybe a 70 series card, but it's usually an 80 series card, versus someone who buys a 60 series card and they only upgrade probably every 4 to 5 years, or in some cases maybe 5 to 7 years, like Joel was saying. Those people, I know a lot of people like that, and they don't even, like, to them, the 4080 is dead to them. The 4090 is like, okay, that's cool, but whatever. I'm never gonna waste my money on that. Like they're of that mindset. And then the AMD stuff, it's like, oh yeah, that's cool, but $1,000 is still way too much money. So, or even $900. So, they're gonna wait for like a 7600 XT or a 4060. Like that's their target product, or that's the product that matches their buying habits. So even if they could afford, like, and in some cases, I'm just trying to think right now, like, I know a couple of people that have 60 series class hardware, and I know for a fact they could well afford a 4090, but they will never do that. They just think that is a bad use of money. They'll never spend that much money on a graphics card, even if they can easily afford one. And that's just the reality. Like you can tell, I guess there's a saying, right? Like, you can tell what somebody is, what a person's interest is in terms of how they spend their money. You just have to look at where they spend their money, what they spend their money on, and that's how you know like what they're interested in. If you don't play new games, there's also no reason. Well, I mean, like there's someone I know who, so there's like two people I'm thinking of right now. One of them, I think I mentioned before, they recently bought the 6950 XT on Newegg during the, like, right before the Black Friday deals came up before Black Friday, and they went and pulled the trigger on the 6950 XT when it was on Black Friday sale for like, I think he paid like $7. I forgot what it was. I think we talked about it on that stream during the Black Friday deals. But like he had a GTX 970. He went from a GTX 970 all the way to a 6950 XT. These are the type of people that I'm talking about. He had that from 2014. The GTX 970, a 3.5 gigabyte graphics card. And guess what? He was playing at 1440p with a GTX 970 in 2022. And he would play games like Battlefield 5, Battlefield 1, StarCraft 2, League of Legends. These are the type of games. Maybe some Total War Shogun, Civilization 6. These are the type of games. And he was gaming on a GTX 970 at 1440p. And struggling. The struggle was real. So you can imagine what the upgrade experience was like going to a 6950 XT from that. That is the sort of thing that I'm talking about. Like, that graphics card was from 2014, And he went all the way. So he literally went 8 years. He went 8 years, a little more than 8 years on a GTX 970. So this is what I mean by people who don't spend, because remember, the 970 was like around $350. I think he paid like $379 or something for the whatever gigabyte WindForce, whatever one that he had. But you know, that's what I'm saying. Like people who have lower and mid-range, upper mid-range hardware are less likely to upgrade more frequently than someone with higher end hardware. It sounds so counterintuitive, but it is a fact. It is an observable fact. Since 980 Ti, I've had like 10 GPUs. That's like a hobby. Yeah, it becomes a hobby. I'll agree with that statement 100%. Like, I mean, let me do something here, and then I'll probably have to end the stream. But what I want to show, well, I'll just like open up Paint. I'll just go off of my own personal experience. Like, even for me, you know, my very first graphics card was the Radeon X 850 XT. That was when I built my very first computer. And the thing is, when I built my very first computer, this wasn't even current. I think this graphics card was from 2004 or 2005. I built my very first PC, I think in like 2007 or 2006. It was somewhere around there. It was like the summer of 2006 or 2007. So this wasn't even current hardware. But, you know, like, I couldn't afford, and I didn't even know what the highest end stuff was back then. So this was like the first graphics card. I had this all the way until the Radeon HD 5770. And this, I bought this in like 2010. So let's just go by chronological order for me. 2006 was when I had that, even though that's not when that released. 2010. So look at that. It took me 4 years to upgrade. And look at the sort of class of hardware that I was using. Like, this is like mid-range. This was Sapphire reference card. It was just a blower style card. This was Sapphire reference card also. I never had any problems with either of these cards. Obviously, you know, I went 4 years with one graphics card and never had any problems. So that's why when people complain about AMD drivers, I still don't understand what they're talking about. And then I got the Radeon HD 7970 gigahertz or whatever. I'm just gonna say that. And this was 2013. Yeah, so I bought one of these when the 290X came out, and these were on fire sale. That's when I got one of these. This one was the Asus Matrix Platinum Edition, was when I got one of those. This was the first time I had what was considered a flagship, but when I got it, it was no longer the flagship, because this was brand new at the very end of 2011. So it was already 2 years old when I bought it. So that's how, like, you know, I was of the mindset where I'm not going to spend a massive amount of money on GPUs. So that's why I would look for like really good deals. Oh, you had Crossfire 5770s? Yeah, I only had one. And then that, and then I think after that I got the Radeon H. Actually, did I get? Yeah. RX or R9. No, it wasn't even HD. Oh, wait, is it HD? Radeon R9 290X. I got one of these sometime in 2014 during the launch of the GTX 970 and the GTX 980. I bought one of these because these things. So a lot of people probably don't remember. There was the first crypto wave of Bitcoin and Litecoin happened between 2013 and 2014. So the first half of 2014, these were constantly being bought up and scalped for Litecoin mining. So I could never get one of these. But I did get one like at the end of the year. Like this was around like November, December timeframe of 2014. I got one of these when it was on sale Kind of like what we're seeing now with AMD cards being on sale during the holiday season. Same deal back then. I got this on like a holiday deal. People were buying the 970s and the 980s. So you could typically get an AMD card for a decent amount of money compared to the Nvidia stuff. And this was basically like a GTX 970 back then. So with the full 4 gigabytes of memory. So this one was a Power Color PCS Plus. So you guys can tell I start out with reference cards, then I moved on to AIB cards. These are AIB cards. Maybe I'll do a video and show my GPU collection. It's a pretty big collection, but if I include the ones from this year, it will look like an insanely stupid collection because it's so skewed to modern GPUs compared to the older ones. Current GPUs that AMD and Nvidia release with 16 gigabytes or more VRAM are not going to become useless. Like, yeah, we'll see. Unless like a DX13 or something launches, and you know, whatever. So I have one of these, and then I got the. So okay, here's what happened. Like in the summer of 2015. In the summer of 2015, I actually wanted to like sell my 290X to someone and then buy one of these. But this is what ended up happening. So this is like an interesting story. So I bought one of these and ended up returning it because this, I was not impressed with this over this. This had 8 gigabytes. This is 4 gigabytes. This is 3 gigabytes. This was 2 gigabytes. And this was 256 megabytes. I guess we can show the RAM because it does show how the VRAM does go up over time. This was 8. This was an MSI. It was an MSI Gaming X. MSI Gaming X. But I returned it. I returned it within like the 15-day return window to Micro Center because I was so unimpressed with it. It was so much hotter than the 290X. It had double the RAM, but it just like I was just So I returned it. So I don't have it anymore. So then I ended up getting... I waited like 2 months, and then I got like the Fury. This was this was the very first HBM card. I got this in like I think August of or September of 2015, and this was the Sapphire Tri-X. This was up until recently. This was my favorite graphics card that I've ever owned. It is so dead quiet, and it's also the first. It was the first card to feature the flow-through design found on the RTX 30 series cards. A lot of people seem to give Nvidia credit for the flow-through design. They are not the first ones to do that. It was actually Sapphire. Let me see if I can find one. GPU database. I'm not a robot. That's not a car. Wait, there is a car there. There. Okay. What I was going to show you guys is the R9 Fury. And the one I have is this card. This is the first card with the flow-through design. And here's the back. There it is. Short PCB, HBM memory, and the flow-through design for that third fan. I still have this graphics card somewhere, but yeah, I'll never get rid of this because this is one of my favorite graphics cards. Oh wait, I'm not even showing it. Whoops. See, this is the problem with OBS compared to XSplit. Like, it's harder to do these sort of. Typically, if I'm gonna do like an educational stream, I prefer to use XSplit because it's way easier to like toggle between the browser. With OBS, it's kind of cumbersome. I have to like click through and change the source. So anyway, yeah, this is it, guys. This is the Sapphire Tri-X R9 Fury. You can see there it is, the flow-through design. That third fan literally just shoved all that air just straight through the fin stack. Yeah, this was the R9 Fury. This was basically faster than the 980. It was like ever so slightly faster than a 980. And then AMD had the Fury X, which was a liquid-cooled card that would compete with the 980 Ti. So this was launched in 2015. I bought one in like September of 2015. So this was one of my favorite graphics cards because the cool thing about it, you can see here, there's a set of LEDs. These are load indicators. So when your GPU, the higher your GPU load, the more these LEDs light up. So like at full load, 100% load, all of these LEDs will light up. And the cool thing is you could change the color. Like there's a switch right here that you can do blue, red, or you can turn them both on, and then it's purple. And if you turn them both off, then it just turns it off. It was a GPU tachometer thing that they debuted with the Fury cards. They also had the exact same tachometer on the Vega 64 and Vega 56 reference cards. But then after Vega, they discontinued that feature. But I always thought that was a cool card, because this was something that they kind of carried over from the reference. So Sapphire, this is basically a reference PCB for Fury. It's just Sapphire bolted on their custom cooler. So this is still to this day one of my favorite graphics cards. It was dead silent. The highest the fans would spin was like 1100 RPM, maximum at 100% load in like Furmark. It was crazy. Crazy quiet. And the hottest it would ever get is like 76 Celsius on the hotspot. Like, it was insane. Like, I couldn't believe it. Definitely one of my favorite GPUs. And this is the GPU that solidified my opinion of Sapphire as an AIB brand. Like, way before, like, Gamers Nexus did teardowns. Yeah, it's using HBM, right? It had that big, like, 4096-bit memory bus. But the design of it was kind of weird because they were only, like, you would think on paper these specs would equate to massive amounts of performance, but this thing was only able to best a GTX 980 or basically like a 1060. So this card is kind of like an RX 580 or an RX 590. That's kind of where it performs. So it's like, 1060, 6 gig level, or a little bit faster depending on the game. Or a little bit slower depending on the game, because some Nvidia optimized games would, make the 1060 do better than this. But yeah, I had this, so this was a card that I had, like, and it was one of my favorite ones. Yes, and the thing, that's the other thing too. Like this, because of the HBM, you can see there's 4 of them. It's 4 gigs of RAM, so 1, 2, 3, 4. Like, the thing about this GPU never had the high idle power issue that people always complain about with the AMD with multi-monitor. Because back then I still had, I think I had dual or triple 1080p monitors back then. But yeah, I know it was on 1080p at the time. But the thing is, HBM only ran at like 500 megahertz. 500 megahertz on the memory, but this much bandwidth and this memory bus. So the memory clocked very, very slow, but it was very, very fast throughput. So the thing is, you had, like, this thing would idle at, like, 10 watts. And multi-monitor would make it idle at, like, 18 or 19 watts. Like, tops. So, dead silent, just really, really good. Probably one of the most underrated, like, forgotten GPUs of the last decade. The only problem was the 4 gigabytes. The 4 gigabytes is what made this not age well. Yeah, HBM is used in data center. So, like, a lot of people don't know, but, like, Nvidia and AMD, like, they're enterprise class cards that go in servers. So the graphics cards that Nvidia uses for, like, Grid and what AMD was using for Stadia and those sort of things, like, those all feature HBM memory. All the professional stuff is all, like, in the server world, is all HBM. It's not, like, GDDR6. GDDR6 is so, like, normie consumer market compared to HBM. But, yeah, like, this is kind of the first iteration of that technology. This is actually the foundation of AMD's chiplet technology when you think about it. So, that's the cool thing about this card. A lot of people think of Vega, but Vega was the second generation. Vega had HBM2. This was like HBM first gen right here. So, very good graphics card for 1080p. And I used it with 1080p for a number of years. So let me go back now to the thing here. So that was the Fury from Sapphire. And then I think my next graphics card after that, let's see, that was 2015. Oh, my first Nvidia graphics card. I have one. I did get one. And I still have it somewhere, hidden away somewhere. Probably in storage with the Fury. But I did buy a GeForce. My very first Nvidia graphics card was a GeForce GTX 970. I bought one to understand, also in 2015. I can't remember what, was it 2015? Yeah, it wasn't, no, wait, I don't even remember. I don't remember when I bought one. I know I have one, though. I forget the year, but it's an MSI, gaming, I forget the name. It's like an MSI 100 million edition was what they called it. Like, this was it. I forget the year. I think it was 2015? I know it wasn't the year that the GPU came out. I want to say 16, but I'm pretty sure I bought it, like, in 2015. I can't remember. I'm just going to say 2015. So that was it. That one was the 100 million edition. AIB card from MSI. This was my very first Nvidia card, and then I got the I can't remember, like, what did I get after that? Oh yeah, the Radeon RX 480. That was the next GPU. The 8GB reference card in 2016. It was an XFX reference card. And here's the thing about the XFX reference card. This was the best reference card because this was the only one that came with a backplate. XFX actually added a backplate to the reference RX 480, where no one else did that. I still have it somewhere. Do I still have this card? I think I still have it. Yeah, I'll have to do a video. I feel like going through memory lane, I need to, like, pull out all these GPUs and kind of show these cards for like a history lesson. Your first Nvidia card was the 8800 GTS. Yeah, that I remember a lot of people got the GT, like the 8800 GT. The A770 is about RTX 3060 in most games, but not on the same level as 3070. Oh. Well, so here's what I would say to Zeta. I kind of think, like, if you're considering the A770, I would get it. Like, I would get it over 100%. I would get it over the 3060. But if you're comparing it to the 3070, I would still get it because you can't get a 3070 for the price of a A770. And there's a good chance the A770 will get better over the next 2 years. Whereas the 3070, it is what it is. It's as powerful. It's as powerful as it'll ever be, and it'll only just kind of age and get weaker from here. I mean, it's already been happening for like the last year and a half, but you'll see. It's 16 gigs of RAM. That's my final description of it. 16 gigs of RAM. Just that alone is just better than the other two. Keck is stuck on 570 with ultra wide. You're like my friend who was on a 1440p monitor and stuck with a 970 until like last month. so you guys can see, like, I had like a few high-end cards, and then I started getting like more like mid-range type things or upper mid-range cards. And then, I'm trying to remember, like, this was 2016, so it's like after that. This was the year that the GTX 1080 launched. Oh, yes, that's right. So the next graphics card was my favorite Nvidia graphics card that I currently have, the GTX 1080 Reference Edition, or I guess FE. I got it in 2017. This was the FE model. The one that I featured on the channel in the recent review of the XT. So that was, I bought it in 2017, in the summer of 2017, so it was already over a year old. I paid $549 for it from Best Buy. I literally walked into a Best Buy and just, I'll never remember, I mean, I'll never forget buying it from Best Buy because it was the reference card, and I always thought the reference card was cool, but I could not justify spending $700 on the reference card. So then what ended up happening was they launched the 1080 Ti, and that was a $700 card. They dropped the price of this to $549, and that's when I bought it. And to this day, this is my favorite Nvidia card. The Fury, well, we'll see. I think there's some other newer AMD cards that I like more than the Fury. But the Fury, at this time in history, this is my favorite Nvidia card, and the R9 Fury was my favorite, like, AMD card. The reason why I bought this was upgraded to 1440p. That's when I made the change for FFX IV Stormblood, Final Fantasy XIV. This is the reason why. That's what caused me to get this, because I went to this, and then all of a sudden the 480 was too weak. And then in the same year, I got the RX Vega. Well, whatever. Do we really need to write Radeon and GeForce everywhere? I guess we will. Vega 64, same year. This was, I think this was the first time. This was the first time I bought a graphics card. Oh no, that's not the first time. This was the first graphics card I bought. No, actually no. Fury was the first one. Yeah, Fury was, well, no, I got it like a few months after it launched. But yeah, you guys get the idea. Like around this time was when I started buying graphics cards when they actually launched. Because I bought this on launch day, June 29th, 2016. I still remember it. And then this one was August something. I can't remember the day, but it was August something, 2017. I got this one off of Newegg. It was the reference card. It was a Sapphire reference model. So it had a Sapphire box. So you can see at this point now, this is the time where I kind of established my kind of like GPU duality, if you will, where it's like now I had like two GPUs that could rival each other, were roughly the same performance-wise, roughly the same price-wise. So it was around 2017, and this was also when Ryzen first gen launched, and I had upgraded to Ryzen the 1800X, so I had an 8-core 16-thread CPU for the first time. Like before that, I was on an Intel i7 4770K Haswell, basically since 2013. And then before that, I had like an AMD Phenom 2 and the FX 8350. So, I mean, I've kind of been around like multiple rodeos, right? Like I have Nvidia experience with Nvidia cards, AMD cards, AMD CPUs, Intel CPUs, all of the above. Your PC at work still has a 1080. I mean, it's still good. Like it's I mean, a GPU for office work is, you know, whatever. You could run that off of integrated graphics. Zeta, I would not recommend that. I would not recommend ultra-wide. Okay, I would not recommend the 3070 for ultra-wide. Like, that's still not even going to be good enough. You switch from Bulldozer to Intel so fast. So I kept my... I'll probably show you my history of the processors next. But Vega 64, then I didn't change GPUs for a long time after that. I think, like, the next GPU after that was Radeon 7. And that was in 2019. It was a Power Color reference box from Micro Center. So I still actually have this card that a lot of people thought was dumb, but this was like one of the best mining cards. This was so good for Ethereum mining. Up until this year, up until the end of time, like from the day this card launched until back when this year when Ethereum went to proof of stake, like this card was like top tier for mining Ethereum. Even against like the 3080 and 3070 Ti and 3060 Ti, those were like really good Ethereum mining cards too. This was like right up there with them, even though it was way older than them. Because this was the 16 gigabytes. This was the first 16 gigabyte HBM2 card. And it was also the last AMD consumer card that featured HBM memory. And this was the rival to the 1080 Ti and the 2080 and the 2080 Super, but it was a little bit too late. It was old. It was newer than the 20 series, but it was, you know, at best as good as the 2080 and 1080 Ti. So it was competing with like older hardware, because 20 series was 2018. So then after Radeon 7, I think after that, like the next card I got after that was the 6900. Yeah, it was the 6900 XT at launch in 2020, and it was just the AMD reference. I got it off of AMD.com. I got through the wait line and actually managed to get one. It was a very grueling process and very stress-inducing trying to get through that stupid online queue to get one of those and hope that it didn't get removed from the cart. But that was that. And this is currently my favorite AMD graphics card. So the GTX 1080 is my favorite Nvidia graphics card, and this is my favorite AMD graphics card. Two 1080, 165 hertz monitor, so it shouldn't be. Yeah, that's fine. 1080p is fine. Yeah. In fact, that's the ideal resolution for that card. Especially if you're going to keep it for several years. And you'll never have any problems with memory either, because 16 gigabytes at 1080p is always going to be good. Then, let's see, that was 2 years ago. I bought the Radeon RX 6700 XT last year, or no. How did I get one of these? I forgot how I got one of these. But I know it was last year, and it was very hard to get. I think I paid like $550 for this card, which was like almost $100 over MSRP last year to get one. I know it's the reference card, because I didn't get it off AMD.com. I got it off of, I think, like... Oh, it was from Micro Center. Micro Center had it. That's why I got it. But Micro Center was upcharging. Micro Center was able to sell GPUs above MSRP. So I figured, you know what? Rather than deal with scalpers, I'd rather just give like the extra over MSRP money to Micro Center than to some stupid scalper. So it's like, yeah. So this was the AMD ref card. And this was kind of bought for like benchmark content, realistically. Like the only reason why you'd see me buy this stuff, because to the average viewer watching me make this list of showing my GPU collection, they're probably asking themselves like, why would he buy like this if he already has this? The reason is because of the YouTube channel. It's basically not just the YouTube channel, but it's basically to benchmark and show like how these scale. Because the thing is, you can watch a review from some big tech channel, or you can read a review from some tech website, but the reality is, oftentimes, you kind of want to test your own applications, your own games, and see what your own results are like, relative to what someone else does. And that's kind of the reason why I would prefer to just get it for myself, rather than just read someone's review and just do that, right? So this was 8. This was 16 gigs. This card was probably the most... This was probably the most disappointing graphics card that I ever owned. It's funny because I went from like the most disappointing... Or maybe the... Okay, no. The 3090 or the 390X that I returned. It was so bad that I returned it. I mean, so that's dead last. But this was probably... Out of the ones I currently have in my collection, this is probably the most disappointing graphics card that I have in the entire stack. Trying to think, like, what did I get next? I think that was it. That was it for last year. That was the only GPU I bought last year. And then this year, this is where it gets crazy. So this year, I bought the RX 6950 XT when it released off of AMD.com. That's why it's a reference card. It looks kind of dumb. It's like, why would someone buy this if they already have this and pay that much money? Well, I don't know. It's becoming a hobby at this point. Then I also bought the GeForce RTX. I told the story earlier, but the ridiculous story about getting this when it dropped a couple months back from Best Buy. So this is the FE. And then I also bought, like, literally in the same day, I did an online order, and I bought that. So that's how I have both of those. That's why you're able to see, like, content on the channel featuring these Nvidia cards. So they're from this year. So now you guys know why I have very, very little incentive to buy the 40 series cards, because I bought 2 really expensive Nvidia GPUs this year already. So it's like, no. And then the last graphics card I bought, we all know. Oh, wait. We forgot. There's another one. Intel Arc A7. Oh, well, Arc A770. There we go. 16 gigs in all its glory. This one has 24. This one has 12. It's such a meme. It's a trash card. I hate it. This one is 16. Well, I mean, I don't really hate it, but you guys get what I'm saying. Like, compared to some of the other cards I have, like, I'm just unimpressed with the 3080 Ti. So, that was also this year. And then the very last GPU that I bought, which is probably going to be the last GPU of the year, because I don't really know if I'll be able to get the XTX until sometime next year when they're more readily available, is the current graphics card that we are streaming with right now, the Radeon RX 7900 XT, 20 gigabyte in 2022. This is a Power Color branded reference card, or it's like a Power Color resold reference card from Micro Center. I bought on launch day. So that is my, I'm just trying to look through, make sure I didn't forget anything. That is it. That's my full collection. I currently still have every single one of these graphics cards on this list. Somewhere, in some storage bin, either like in the attic or in some, like in the back of like a closet where there's like shoes and stuff. They're probably like in there with their box, the original packaging, I think. So you guys can see I'm mostly a Radeon shop. Like, I'm mostly a Radeon guy, you can tell. But I do have a lot of Nvidia cards, you know, like I have Maxwell, Pascal, skipped the underwhelming Turing series, and then recently got Ampere. So at some point I will get Ada. So I will probably not buy, I definitely won't buy a 4080, and I will probably skip the 4090. As you can see, with my recent trend of buying the TIs, I will probably buy either a 4080 Ti or a 4090 Ti whenever those cards show up, if and when, sometime in the future, when they're discounted. Kind of like what I did with these two, because there's no way I'm paying like $2,000 for a graphics card. Like this, I paid $1,100. This I paid $900, I believe. Yeah, $900. So this cost me the same amount of money as this. This cost me typically what I would expect to spend on an XTX AIB. Just for reference, I paid $1,100 for a 3090 Ti. And yeah, that's basically how I got those cards. I was lucky enough to get this at launch in 2020, right before, you know, it was tossed into the void of scalpers and supply shortages. So the only card that I overpaid for was this one by like $90. I think I overpaid on this from Micro Center. That was in the darkest of times for buying a GPU. the most infamous year of the decade, 2021, for anyone who is a tech enthusiast. So that's the only one on the list that I can think of that I overpaid for. I think I paid like $569 or $559, something like that, from Micro Center. The MSRP of this is $479 for reference. So that's it. That's the collection. So when people say, people complain about AMD drivers, like, I don't know what they're talking about, because, I mean, you would think that someone like me who has this many, minus 1, 2, 3, 4, this many Radeon cards, like, I would have probably ran into a couple of driver issues, but no. I mean, the only issues that I could think of were, like, okay, the high power idle thing with multi-monitor, yeah, that was never an issue with Fury. It was never an issue with Vega or the Radeon 7 because of the HBM memory. So I never really encountered it during those times. And then I did remember noticing the problem back then with 2 monitors. And then I got my 3rd monitor around, like, this time frame was when I got, like, a 3rd monitor. Somewhere around here was when I went to 1440. Yeah, that's what it was. I had, like, my 1440p in the middle, and then I had, like, my 2 old 1080p monitors on the sides. And then I guess I should also note, like, this is the year that I went to 4K. So in the HD days, the drivers were a little more sus. I mean, I think it kind of boils down to games. I think I remember... I'm trying to remember. I think I had a problem in Final Fantasy XIV with this card. But no, was it this one? Oh, no, I think it was the... Okay, well, I remember I had a hardware problem with my 7970 Asus card, and that's why I don't buy Asus cards anymore. People probably wonder that. So there is a video on my YouTube channel showing me... I do a teardown of this graphics card, and I basically fix the problem myself, because I didn't want to do the RMA, so I thought, you know what, I know what the problem is. The problem was that 4 of the VRAM chips were not covered by the Unisync. So I went to Micro Center, bought, like, they used to sell these, like, little square with fin stacks on them, little heat sinks with the adhesive on the underside that you could put on the VRAM chip or a memory module. So I bought, like, a little pack of those, and I disassembled the card, put 4 of them, 1 per memory chip, and I fixed the issue. The card was overvolting the RAM. Like, Asus was running the RAM at like 1.6 volts instead of 1.5 volts. And those 4 uncovered memory chips would eventually cause artifacts in games at stock settings. So I had to either downclock the memory or flash a BIOS that ran at a lower memory speed. Or the ultimate fix was what I did was basically add heat sinks to all those 4 RAM chips, and that fixed the problem. But that basically told me I'm not going to buy an Asus card anymore after that. Now, granted, it's been years since then, and I know Asus has gotten a lot better in terms of not copy-pasting NVIDIA coolers and throwing them on AMD cards, and also, like, covering all the memory chips. But yeah, that's kind of like why I don't really buy Asus cards. It's became a habit. I just avoid them. You didn't have a Radeon card between 6970 and... Oh. Yeah, I remember, like, when I had this, I was playing, like, StarCraft 2 came out that year. I played a lot of StarCraft. That was back when I used to play, like, RTS games. I don't really play that many RTS games anymore. And then this was for Final Fantasy XIV, because Final Fantasy XIV launched in this year, 2013. Possibly, but I would just caution like the models need to be the same, because like in the case of Asus had an HD 7970 Matrix, and then they had the Matrix Platinum. The Matrix Platinum was the more like factory overclocked one. This would be kind of like a Asus Strix today. Like a Strix 4090. This is kind of what that was back then. I mean, I actually have a video on my channel that I shot. I recorded a video earlier this year for this very graphics card. And I just remember that. It was basically a graphics card talking about HD 7970 in 2022. Should you upgrade? That's like the title of the video. I did one for Fury as well, and 290X. Oh no! Did I do one for Fury? I don't remember. I know I did one for the 290X. Yeah, I think I did one for Fury also. I did all 4 of them. I did this one, and Vega 64. I probably need to do one for Nvidia now that I think about it. I only have 2 Nvidia cards to, but yeah, okay, I might do that. This card's really, really old, but it might be a relevant video. Definitely for the 1080, I can do a video on, like, should you upgrade for that. But I guess going forward, like, before we end the stream, I'll just say, like, expect content next year to cover, like, those sort of topics. Like, should you upgrade if you have, like, a GTX 970 or a GTX 1080? Because obviously there's not going to be a lot of, like, new hardware releases. We're kind of now past that point where all the major enthusiast-grade hardware is now out in the market. So I don't have to worry about, like, spending money, splurging money on expensive hardware anymore. The only graphics card that I'm still going to try to get, if and when, is the XTX. Like I said earlier, I'm not going to get the 4080 and the 4090. Those are going to be a pass. I'm going to wait until the TI version of those cards come out, and then I will revisit Nvidia. But I will probably do like videos utilizing these older cards to see like should you upgrade, and like how maybe some weird video like 970 versus ARC A770. You know, like should you switch from Team Green to Team Blue if you're on this really old graphics card and you don't like Nvidia's current pricing, overpricing the market and that sort of thing. You have an EVGA 8600? Yeah, I know a lot of people who have like the cards from the 2000s. I literally only have like one card from that era. I mean, unless you want to count like this card from 2010. But like I don't have a lot of hardware from that era. Like that's when I was new to the PC space. I feel like I never really became like, you can tell like the point where I became a tech enthusiast was when I bought the 7970 Matrix Platinum. That was kind of the point of no return for me. Like once I got that, like my first true actual flagship type GPU, that was when it was like, okay, this thing has a massive beefy cooler. I can overclock it. I can do all this interesting stuff. I don't have a reference because these were like blower style reference cards. That was it, because you can see, right? Like I went 4 years on this card. I went 3 years on that card. And then after that, look what happened. 1 year between these two. 1 year between these two. Then I actually bought like 2 graphics cards in the same year. And one of them was my first Nvidia card. Then there was... then I bought another card next year after that. Then I bought like 2 graphics cards. Again, an AMD and an Nvidia card in the same year. So you can see like the cadence for me like purchasing hardware like sped up during that time. But there was still like a time where I didn't do anything. Like for example, 2018, I didn't buy any GPU in 2018. I never bought any 20 series cards. But then like this year is probably gonna be the my personal record for like spending money on graphics cards in 1 year, because that pretty much tops it. The fact that every single thing on this list is, you know, high end, ultra high end, whatever you want to call it, except for Although by Intel standards, it's their highest end offering. You know, like that's all in 1 year. Like 5 GPUs in 1 year is pretty ridiculous. Now, granted, these were discounted. I will say, I'll caveat that by saying that the Nvidia cards that I purchased this year were discounted at the clearance price. So, otherwise I would have never bought them. Because, you know, I would never, like, yeah, 2,000, yeah, no, it's just too much. Like, I could use that money for, in other, like, hardware things, you know, like, I could buy a full gaming laptop, for example, or whatever. You started with when your dad bought you the 9800 XT. That was the one, like, right before the 850, right? Can't remember for some VGA back in 1989. Yeah, I think I remember you telling me that. But see, I feel like I feel like the 90s were probably a really interesting time because that was when the market, like that was when GPUs, there was a lot of different brands, there was a lot to choose from, but on one end it would be very interesting, but the flip side of that is it probably very, very challenging to decide on buying something because there were so many different vendors, so many different implementations. Like Voodoo 3, there was the Voodoo 3D or Voodoo 3, the 3DFX, you know, Nvidia, GeForce, whatever it was called back then. They had their classic 256, and they had like the other one. Then ATI was making their debut in that decade. And so were a bunch of others that don't exist anymore. Like VIA, Intel was making their, attempting to make their graphics cards. What CPU do I have? Oh, you want me to do that list? Okay, we'll do that list. You'll learn about that from that list. So my very first computer that was paired up with the Radeon was the AMD Athlon 64 3200 Plus. It was a single core processor. Socket 939. That was the very first one. Actually, you know what? We're probably going to have to, like, either delete the Radeon stuff or, I don't know what to do. I guess, I'll move this stuff over, I guess. Yeah, just move it over. Whatever. Okay, I'll run through the list of CPUs, and then after this I have to end the stream. There's some other stuff I need to be doing, so... I have off from work today, so, for the shutdown, for the holiday. But anyway, that was the first one. Then the next one was the AMD Phenom 2 X4 Black Edition. So I went from the single core to a quad core. Oh, I guess I should give you guys the context of the timeline as well. So this was 2006. That was my very first PC that I built. And then this was 2010. This was when I bought or built this one. And then after that, I got the AMD. Whoops. This was around 2012. Intel? No, it was AMD. AMD FX 8350. This one, I guess I'll give you the socket just for history. This was AM3. This was AM3 Plus. Socket AM3 Plus. Then in 2013, I bought my first Intel. I actually switched sides. i7 4770K Haswell. This was LGA 1150. Oh, I guess, yeah, it was Z. Well, that doesn't matter. We'll just say that, yeah. You had that Phenom chip? Yeah, I had. That one was cool. This just wasn't cutting it for me. Like, it was, at best, it was a little bit faster than this. But in some cases, we all know like they had some regression in certain applications, and the gaming performance was the gaming performance on this was better than this, because the 8150, the bulldozer, which was the 8150, was it saw a lot more performance regressions versus the Phenom. So I got the 8350. That was like the Vishera. This was the revised one. And then I got Haswell in 2013. And then I had that all the way until 2017 when finally the Ryzen 7 showed up, 1800X. This was AM4. This was the start of the AM4 line. And then I got in 2019, Zen 2 came out. So Ryzen 7 3800X. So I stuck with an 8-core. I could have gone to the 3900X. I didn't do it. I got another 8-core because I figured, you know, gaming performance and whatever. And then 2020 was Zen 3. So the cool thing was I was able to use the same motherboard throughout. So this one was when I got the 5800X. Then I had I basically had this CPU until, well, I mean, I still have it, but I used it all the way until this year. Until Ryzen 9 7950X AM5. So that is the history. Now I'm trying to think like, okay, oh, hold on, guys. I take that back. I apologize. That's misinformation. That's fake news. There was a return to Intel. Not okay. When I built this Alder Lake, computer, this is LGA 1700, and this was it's AM5, but it's LGA 1718. So when I built this, so what I haven't mentioned was during this whole time, I only used one computer. Like, this was my one computer, then this became my one computer. Like, this was still kind of in it was in a case, but I never used it. Then there was, so basically I used this for like years. You can see like 2013 to 2017. That's 4 years on one computer. I did make some YouTube videos with the 8350. Because I always kind of thought, okay, when is AMD going to come up with something new? Well, we all know they never really did for a very long time. Then this showed up. I went to this. I went to an 8-core from a quad-core. Then 8-core, 8-core, 8-core. Then I was like, you know what? It's been a long time since I've had an Intel platform. The reason why I got the Alder Lake build was not because I wanted to go back to Intel. It was because I was so intrigued by the big core, little core architecture that I had to have one. So that's the reason why I got Alder Lake. And I was very disappointed because Final Fantasy XIV would crash randomly because of the E-core, some kind of latency penalty issue that was eventually fixed. But what I ended up doing was turning off all the E-cores. So at that point, I had just another 8-core, and that was basically it. And then this is what I have now. And this is what we're streaming on. Now, I'll caveat that by saying I also have, and you guys who follow my channel know that I also have this. I'll just go ahead and say that I also have that. But it's not my main desktop. So around this, since this time, well, actually, since this was always kind of around, I just retired it like once I got Ryzen. So basically, I've had like dual PCs for a long time for redundancy. So it's like if one ever catastrophically fails for whatever reason, I'm not down. Like I have a backup computer. So you guys can think of it like during this time, the i7 Haswell was my primary computer. This was the redundant backup computer. And then, like, when Ryzen came out, I retired the 8350, and this became the primary computer, and Intel then became the backup secondary computer. And then I just, this just shows you the power of AM4, because you could just drop in socket upgrade every couple of years. So, you know, like 2 years, there's an upgrade. You know, but then Zen 3 came out and it was so good that I was like, you know what, I gotta get one of these. So this I bought on merit alone of the product being so good. This I bought because of interest in the hybrid architecture. And then I figured, okay, I can finally retire my old Haswell and finally, you know, let that one go to rest. So that basically, that's why I have this now. And then now, this is also retired prematurely, although I do have the CPU, so I can still do like benchmark comparison tests and that sort of thing. But this is basically the successor to that. So these are my two computers that I'll be using. This one is the stream processor, so basically, like anytime you guys see me doing live content like this is what I'll be using. And when I edit videos in DaVinci Resolve, I'm also typically using the 7950X. I have done a couple of video renders using DaVinci Resolve with a 13900K, and I found that it's actually a little bit slower. It's actually slower at stock because if you're rendering, like, say, a 20-minute video, this thing will overheat and then have to thermal throttle at 100 Celsius, whereas this thing, if you run this in eco mode, it won't even hit 95, but at stock it goes 95, but it never like slows down, which I found interesting. So it goes to 95, sits there, and then just keeps on like cranking the frames for the DaVinci Resolve render. But this guy, he's like faster out the gate, but then like if you're doing like a 10-minute render, this is gonna be slower by, you know, like 30, I've seen anywhere from like 30 seconds to over a minute slower than this guy. So that's the reason why I kind of recommend Ryzen, like for not just for performance reasons, but for longevity reasons. Like it's really because of this. The ability to do that is something that I know I can do with the new AM5, which I can't do with Intel. And that is the reason why, oh, what happened there? That got deleted somehow. Anyway, you guys get what I'm saying. So basically, this is what I have, and then like obviously I revealed on stream yesterday that I do actually have my favorite, the most hated CPU of the decade, which is now currently my favorite Intel processor. I don't really know why it's my favorite. I pity it. I feel sorry for Rocket Lake. So I do have this one as well. I did buy it off of the Black Friday deal. So I'll be able to do content on that for comparison or whatever. Maybe expect a video or two on this in the future. But I do have one of those. The reason why I bought it is because I can reuse my old air cooler without having to buy another bracket, because Alder Lake and Raptor Lake require a different mounting kit, whereas this works with my old cooler that I had on the 4770K. It's the same spacing on the screws. If you know how to configure Ryzen, you can get that to get over 40K. Yeah, Joey's done that. Joey actually has over 40K in Cinebench using OC mode. The other thing too is I will say, like, if you want to dabble in overclocking, Ryzen is so much more fun to overclock than Intel. Intel is very boring. Like, the problem with Intel is right now you have like severe temperature problems with this processor. But even if you go to like, if you want to overclock like say the 11700K or the 12700K, it's very boring. Like, you literally just up VCore, key in a higher multiplier, key in a voltage, set offset or adaptive mode, and then that's it. You don't really have to do much with the ring bus as far as I can tell. But it's very cut and dry, boring to overclock Intel. AMD is more interesting because they have curve optimizer, they have OC mode, they have like a lot of things to play around with. There's like a lot of different toggles. So it's just more interesting. Like, if I do overclocking content in the future, it's definitely going to be on the Ryzen stuff. So for those who are on the fence of like, should I get one of these or should I get one of those, or 12th gen or whatever, man, like this is just way more fun. Like, and you have a drop-in socket upgrade path that you don't really have if you get one of these or these. Well, I guess technically if you buy Alder Lake, like on a holiday deal from Micro Center, then yeah, you do have potentially one upgrade path to 13th gen. So I can totally see that being a thing, but that's basically end of the line for Intel. So we'll see. Like, I don't expect to buy any Intel CPU next year. So next year on my watch list for hardware, I want the 7800X3D. Definitely, I want some kind of X3D. I'm not going to buy the 5800X3D. I would have bought it, but I got a better deal buying this instead, which I think just for entertainment value alone, I think this is going to be more interesting in terms of video content on the channel versus like a run-of-the-mill 5800X3D. Look how good it is, but everybody already knows that. So, yeah, but definitely this for next year is on the radar. And then, like, if I can get one, the 7900 XTX. Like, these are really, like, the only two things that I still want. Like, I want the Radeon card, and I want the 3D V-Cache AM5 CPU. Yeah, that's the thing. Like, Zen 3 was kind of a home run. Like, this generation, Zen 3, so any 5000 series Ryzen, that's going to go down in AMD's, at least in their company history, as like one of their home run CPU lines or CPU generations. Like, they hit it out of the park with that one. Technically, you guys can see I didn't have to upgrade when that CPU launched, but no, I had to. It was just it was like the first time that AMD actually beat Intel in every measurable metric there is. More energy efficient, more single thread performance, which translates to better gaming performance, more multi-thread performance, you name it. Like, Intel, the highest Intel could go at the time was Comet Lake 10900K at 10 core 20 thread, while AMD could do 12 core 24 and 16 core 32 thread. So, like, yeah, Intel was just kind of outclassed across the board with against the likes of Zen 3. And then they came back with Rocket Lake, aka the official processor of the Olympics, Tokyo 2021. I don't know how they got that title. It's hilarious. Apparently, all you got to do is launch a product when the Olympics are going on, and you can claim it as the Olympic processor. Well, they countered with 11th gen. It was basically a fumble, which, in my mind, that draws my attention to it more than if it was good. But yeah, like, that was their counter to AMD. Like, a lot of people don't know. Like, you know what? I've actually had Micro Center. I've had to teach, like, Micro Center sales guys that this processor is newer than this processor. A lot of them forget. A lot of them think that because Rocket Lake is slower than Zen 3, that they assume that Rocket Lake is older than Zen 3. It's actually younger. It's actually, March of last year versus, like, fall of 2020. So it's surprising, like, how few people who are supposed to know their stuff when it comes to these products don't actually remember that. But anyway, it was so bad that they had to launch Alder Lake in the exact same year as a redemption arc or something. I don't know, whatever. Anyway, guys, that's probably going to be it for this stream. So this is what you can expect for next year. Like, this on my channel, like, this is what I want. And then I'm going to still try to get one of these. At this point, like, I don't know. I don't really care. Like, if I have to sell it for reference, I'll take the reference card. But that's basically it. Like, no Nvidia cards. Don't plan on buying any of the new Nvidia cards until the TIs start showing up. But even then, I'm probably going to wait it out on Nvidia for a while. So expect to see more, like, if I do GPU content, there's probably going to be a video with the 3090 Ti at some point versus maybe if I can get the XTX, expect the 3090 Ti to be forced to go up against the XTX because that's the fastest NVIDIA card that I have. Although I will also compare it with the 6900 and the 6950 XT. Micro Center employees are Jim Keller to the people here. Who still GPU? Oh, okay. Oh, I get it now. Okay. When you said the people here, I thought you meant the people in the chat. I was like, what? Yeah, Micro Center employees are pretty knowledgeable. The average Micro Center employee actually knows their stuff. They may get some of the release cycles mixed up historically, like what I just talked about with Rocket Lake versus Zen 3. But other than that, that's just like a minor issue, right? That's pretty much, they're pretty good with the recommendations. They're typically in line with what I would think, compared to like Best Buy. Like the guy at Best Buy who didn't even bother to try to upsell me to a 3090 Ti. That's just kind of, that's just an epic fail on so many proportions. If you're someone in sales who actually knows what it's like to have to be earning commission and stuff, like, why would you not upsell someone when you have the opportunity to, and you know that they're considering the higher end option? Like, that's just, okay, anyway, that's gonna be it for this stream. I'm gonna go ahead and get on out of here, so I will probably, I gotta finish my list of, like, upcoming video topics that I want to cover next year. I guess the thing that's coming up really soon is CES, so expect me to do a live stream on CES coverage, regardless of whether it's happening during CES or after CES, or maybe it'll be like a pre-show before CES. But I will be talking about CES because I think CES, the Consumer Electronics Show, for those who don't know, it's like an annual convention, a tech convention that happens in January every year in the US, and it's typically it's kind of sets the narrative for hardware products that will release over the course of that year. So I think Lisa Su is going to do the keynote. She's been doing that for a number of years now for CES, and they'll probably reveal or talk about the X3D. So I think that's what you can expect from AMD in terms of the sort of products that people that watch this channel would be interested in. Stay tuned for that. They might talk about their 7800 XT, like their high performance GPUs that are not enthusiast grade. They'll probably mention that, but I don't really know if they'll even do that. I expect those around like March timeframe though. So, and then this, I have no idea. This could be like May of next year. They just talk about it, but they don't actually like have it available until later in the year. Who knows? But that's basically going to be it for this stream. I don't know what Nvidia is going to do. I know obviously there's the 4070 Ti, which I'll largely ignore because like I just said earlier, I'm not going to buy a 40 series GPU until the 80 Ti or the 90 Ti show up. So, yeah, 4070 Ti. Basically, Nvidia, I'm just going to largely ignore them pretty much for the first half of next year. And then we'll see what Intel does. So, Intel, it'll be... I don't think Intel will do much during CES. They'll probably talk about, like, Wi-Fi 7, Wi-Fi 6E, and... Wi-Fi 6E is not new. But I imagine Intel will do something with wireless technology. Which isn't something that people on this channel pay attention to, but it is something that I expect them to talk about. Maybe some Internet of Things type of applications or whatever. But anyway, guys, that's going to be it for this stream. Thanks for watching, as always, and I will catch you guys in the next one. Thanks.